Chapter 1633. The Divine Light Sword, which carried the aura of a golden immortal, slashed down powerfully. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lin Tian and the White Tiger. There was no doubt that this sword was extremely powerful. It could easily kill any ordinary cultivator at the early stage of a golden immortal. Lin Tian raised his hand and caught the sword between his fingers. The eyes of the black-robed young man holding the divine light sword turned cold. Although this sword was not his full strength, it was definitely not weak. He originally thought that he could kill Lin Tian and the White Tiger with this sword. He did not expect Lin Tian to block it so easily. He shook the divine light sword in his hand, and an even more powerful sword will burst out. A fierce, murderous aura surged out, wanting to crush Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian could naturally feel that the divine light sword between his fingers had become more powerful. Divine power intertwined between his fingers, and golden divine light overflowed. He gently twisted. Crack! With a crisp sound, the black-robed young man's divine light sword was shattered. I told you, I don't know anything about the 9 Silkworm Immortal King's immortal abode. You're not here for this. He glanced at the black-robed young man and the other two. The black-robed young man was indifferent to his words. However, after the divine light sword was shattered, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Divine power surged again, and 9 divine light swords were formed in a row, slashing at Lin Tian. At the same time, the blue-robed young man and the yellow-robed young man moved as well, attacking together. I told you, whether your goal is the 9 Silkworm Immortal King's immortal abode or not, we'll kill you without mercy. The yellow-robed young man said coldly. The 3 of them attacked together. Clearly, they wanted to quickly kill Lin Tian and the White Tiger. The divine power outside their bodies was very powerful. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. So you insist on courting death? He and the White Tiger didn't know anything about the 9 Silkworm Celestial King's celestial mansion. It sounded like the mountain range and the 9 Silkworm Celestial King's celestial mansion didn't belong to the 3 young men or the forces behind them. However, the 3 young men were very domineering. They said that they would kill them regardless of whether they came for the 9 Silkworm Celestial King's celestial mansion. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the 3 youths were slightly stunned. Then, except for the black-clothed youth, who was very cold, the blue-clothed youth and the yellow-clothed youth could not help but laugh. You're just an early-stage golden immortal. How dare you say such a thing to us 3 mid-stage golden immortals at the same time? The yellow-robed young man said. Earlier, Lin Tian had used his divine power to wrap around 2 of his fingers on his right hand and shatter the black-clad young man's divine power light sword. He had immediately sensed Lin Tian's specific cultivation base. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He tilted his head and looked at the man. Then he moved slightly and appeared in front of the yellow-robed young man in the next moment. The yellow-robed young man was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, Dong! A huge roar resounded through the sky. Lin Tian attacked directly with his pure physical strength. Although his cultivation base was only at the early stage golden immortal realm, the strength of his pure physical strength was almost comparable to that of a mystic immortal. Under the pressure of such a punch, the wind and clouds paled. Puff! Blood splattered in an instant. The yellow-robed young man was smashed into pieces by the punch. Even his divine soul was annihilated. The White Tiger's eyes widened at this scene. It knew that Lin Tian was a monster, and his combat strength was far beyond that of cultivators of the same realm. Therefore, it wasn't worried when facing the yellow-robed young man and the other 2 middle-stage golden immortals. It believed that although Lin Tian was at the early stage golden immortal realm, he was definitely enough to deal with the 3 of them. However, it had never expected that Lin Tianyuan would be even more exaggerated than it had expected. With a simple punch of pure physique, he had actually destroyed the yellow-robed young man's body and soul. Damn freak! It couldn't help but bare its teeth. At the same time, the blue-robed young man and the black-clad young man, who had always been cold, both changed their expressions. The man in front of them, who was only at the early stage golden immortal realm, killed the yellow-robed young man in the middle stage golden immortal realm with a single punch. Both of them couldn't help but be shocked. However, in the next moment, the shock on the blue-robed young man's face disappeared and became cold. He looked at Lin Tian and said to the black-clad young man next to him, "His cultivation is only at the early stage golden immortal realm. He's inferior to us. The only thing he can rely on is his powerful physical body. Let's attack from a distance and not let him get close to us. We'll kill him with a secret technique." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of divine light rushed out of his body with a rumble. The divine light was strong and then turned into strange runes that circled around him like flying birds. Heaven and earth as one. Dust rises from the ground. Demons rest. Unfettered Taiji absorb, he said coldly. The densely packed runes formed a great spell. It was magical and strange. It sealed the void in all directions and pressed down on Lin Tian from all angles. Before it landed on Lin Tian's body, Lin Tian's divine soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. At the same time, the black-clad young man next to the blue-robed young man also made his move. Like the blue-robed young man, dense runes rushed out of his body. Inner realms in the body, 36,000 gods. When the tribulation is broken, kill the enemy with an indestructible body. This person shouted in a low voice. The dense runes surged and formed a strange force that covered the sky, and it swiftly pressed down on Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian's formidable physique to be unable to help but tremble slightly. A strand of cold air couldn't help but rise from his flesh and blood, and it seemed as if it wanted to annihilate his flesh and blood. Obviously, the former specialized in attacking the soul, while the latter possessed a strange force that could disintegrate the body. This is the divine curse art? Lin Tian was moved, and a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes. Could this be the spell realm? When he first entered the celestial domain, he'd read many ancient books in the celestial domain, and he knew many things. In the boundless starry sky, besides the celestial domain, there were numerous large worlds that were far stronger than the boundless starry sky. These large worlds were centered around the celestial domain, and they weren't much inferior to the celestial domain. All of them were incomparably vast, and they were surrounded by immortal spirit energy that was far stronger than spirit energy. As for the spell realm, it was one of the many great worlds. According to the records of the ancient books, the cultivators of the spell realm mainly cultivated the divine curse art. It was miraculous and strange, and it possessed extremely astonishing divine power. "Are you scared, silly?" A cold voice sounded. The blue-clothed youth spoke, taking Lin Tian's silent contemplation as being frightened by his and the black-clothed youth's techniques. When Lin Tian heard this, he looked at this person with an indifferent gaze. These two people's techniques were strange and extraordinary. To be able to cause his soul and body to tremble, it could be said that they were extremely powerful. However, this was not a threat to him. After all, although his current cultivation was only at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, his combat strength was far from what these two people could compare to. It was enough to crush these two people, and in the face of overwhelming combat strength, no matter how powerful the divine technique or secret technique was, it was meaningless. Looking at this person, the divine power in his body moved, and a golden divine flame surged out, directly burning the incantation patterns that the blue-clothed youth and the black-clothed youth pressed against his body in the blink of an eye. Pure young flame. The blue-clothed youth's expression changed. At the same time, the black-clothed youth beside him was also greatly shocked. Pure yang flame, the legendary divine flame, was enough to burn everything. Even divine power and laws were no exception. They did not expect Lin Tian to actually control such a terrifying divine flame. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His figure moved slightly, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the blue-clothed youth like a ghost. Without any unnecessary words, he still simply pressed down with a punch. His pure physical strength was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, at the same time, the golden pure yang flame also surrounded the tip of his fist and pressed down with his fist. Ah! The blue-clothed youth let out a miserable scream and was directly smashed into pieces by this punch. Like the yellow-robed youth, his body and soul were directly destroyed. The cold expression on the black-clothed youth's face had long disappeared. At this moment he revealed a look of horror. He immediately turned around and fled. He raised his hand and shot out a divine light towards the center of the mountain range. The divine light was extremely fast and instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 1634. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he watched the black-clothed young man flee into the distance. With a slight movement of his feet, he traversed an endless distance and appeared in front of the black-clothed young man in the next moment, blocking his path. The black-clothed young man was startled. He quickly changed his direction and fled in another direction. At this time he already understood that he, the blue-clothed young man, and the yellow-robed young man had kicked an iron plate this time. The person in front of him was definitely not someone he could contend with now. Now, the only way to save his life was to escape. However, Lin Tian's speed was much faster than his. In a flash, he blocked his escape route and slapped down. Puff! The powerful palm was incomparably powerful. Intertwined with pure yang flames, the black-clothed young man was smashed into pieces on the spot. However, this time he did not directly kill this person like the yellow-robed young man and the blue-clothed young man. He only destroyed this person's physical body and left his spirit behind. Then he used the power of the four-symbol seal to detain this person in front of him. Boy, the divine light he shot out just now! The white tiger looked at the center of the mountain range. Just now, the black-clothed young man shot out a divine light in that direction. Lin Tian glanced in that direction and said, "It's nothing more than reporting about us to the powerhouses and the forces behind them. It's no big deal." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the black-clothed young man's spirit that was imprisoned by his four-symbol seal. "You, what are you doing?" Looking at Lin Tian, the black-clothed young man's eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian ignored the other party. He immediately released his divine sense and directly plunged it into this person's spirit, violently searching everything in this person's spirit. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. He withdrew his divine sense that had plunged into this person's spirit. Then he casually threw out a pure yang flame and burned this person's spirit. "How is it? What did you find? Do you know where we are now?" The white tiger asked. "The spell realm." Lin Tiandao. Just as he had guessed, the space that he and the white tiger entered through the spatial rift in the black hole was indeed the spell realm. The strange technique that the young man in blue and the young man in black used before was indeed the curse god technique. Spell realm? The white tiger was slightly doubtful. This was the first time it had heard of these two words. After all, it had never been to the celestial realm, so it didn't know much about the other great worlds that were parallel to the celestial realm. A great world far vaster than the starry skies, not much different from the immortal realms. Lin Tiandao, tell the white tiger about the spell realm. Almost the same as the immortal region. The white tiger was shocked. Although it had never been to the immortal region, it naturally knew about the legends of the immortal region. Hearing Lin Tian say that this spell realm was not much different from the immortal region, it was naturally somewhat shocked. Lin Tian, on the other hand, tilted his head and looked towards the center of the mountain range. Earlier, from the soul of the young man in black, not only did he confirm that this world was the spell realm, but he also learned some other things. The young man in black, the young man in blue, and the young man in yellow were the disciples of an extremely ancient clan in the spell realm. The clan was called the Southern Night Clan, and it was extremely powerful in the entire spell realm. There were many experts in the clan. This time, many experts of the Southern Night clan had entered this mountain range for the ancient artifact in the 9 Silkworm Immortal King's immortal abode that the young man in blue had mentioned earlier. Just the profound immortals alone numbered more than 100, and there were even a few half-step heaven immortal experts coming together. The lineup could be said to be extremely shocking. The young man in yellow, the young man in blue, and the young man in black followed the experts of the clan and patrolled the periphery of this mountain range. They were on guard against anyone who entered to prevent the experts of the clan from searching for the ancient artifact. During the patrolling process, no matter who entered this mountain range during this period, they would be dealt with obliteration. God devouring Tao. He muttered. From the soul of the young man in black, it was difficult to clearly state the exact grade of that ancient artifact, but it was extremely powerful. It possessed the extremely shocking ability of God devouring Tao, and it could help the wielder devour the divine energy and Tao energy of the enemy. The wielder of this ancient artifact could be invincible no matter who the opponent was in the same realm, and he had left behind an illustrious reputation in the entire history of the spell realm's cultivation. God devouring Tao? What are you talking about? The white tiger was slightly puzzled. Lin Tian naturally didn't hide anything, and simply told it about the ancient artifact. Immediately, the white tiger was shocked. So exaggerated. Anyone who controls it is able to be invincible in the same realm. Doesn't that mean that any ordinary early-stage golden immortal cultivator who controls it can sweep through anyone below the profound immortal realm? Any ordinary early-stage profound immortal cultivator who controls it can remain undefeated under the heaven immortal realm. According to the knowledge of that ancient artifact in that person's soul, it is indeed so. Lin Tian on Dao. The white tiger was even more shocked. If that was really the case, then the ancient artifact was too terrifying. In terms of value, it was comparable to a peak Emperor Divine weapon, or even more shocking than an Emperor Divine weapon. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful divine power appeared from afar. 5 figures rushed towards this place and arrived in the blink of an eye. These were 5 middle-aged men. The divine power fluctuations outside their bodies were very dense, with a faint, profound immortal aura. All of them were at the half-step profound immortal realm. They belonged to the same clan as those 3 people just now. Because of the divine light released by that black-robed kid, they came here from the center of this mountain range. The white tiger was immediately moved. Kill them. The 5 middle-aged men were indeed from the same clan as the blue-robed youth and the yellow-robed youth, and they did come here because of the divine light released by the black-robed youth. That divine light contained the figures of Lin Tian and the white tiger, as well as the fact that Lin Tiansha had killed the blue-robed youth and the yellow-robed youth. When they arrived here at this moment, the 5 middle-aged men directly made a move. Moreover, they attacked together without holding back in the slightest. Obviously, they didn't want the matter of their clan searching for the ancient artifact that possessed the ability to devour gods and the Tao to be disturbed in the slightest. Moreover, they wanted to prevent others from discovering this matter and leaking it out. As the 5 men attacked together, the entire void rumbled as if it would collapse in the next moment. Facing such divine power, the white tiger couldn't help but tremble. It asked Lin Tian Dao, "Kid, can you beat them?" It knew that Lin Tian was very powerful. He had just entered the early stage of Golden Immortal, but he could kill a peak Golden Immortal expert. But now, facing 5 half-step profound immortals, it was not sure whether Lin Tian could withstand them. After all, although half-step profound immortals were still in the realm of Golden Immortals, their combat strength was far beyond that of peak Golden Immortals. I can't beat them with my own combat strength. Lin Tian Dao didn't show any fear on his face. He looked very calm. But don't worry about them. Chapter 1635. Lin Tian's combat strength was very strong. With his current cultivation of an early-stage golden immortal, he could kill a peak golden immortal expert. However, he would be under great pressure when facing a half-step mystic immortal expert. If he were to face one of them, he might be able to hold his own. However, if he were to face 5 of them at the same time, he would have no chance of winning at all. Even so, his expression did not change when he faced the 5 half-step mystic immortals from the Southern Yi clan. He could not stop these 5 half-step mystic immortals with his own combat strength. However, he had many tricks up his sleeves and could easily get rid of these 5 people. Buzz! Strands of blue light flashed around his body as he charged at the 5 half-step mystic immortals from the Southern Yi clan. With a single thought, a shocking beast roar was heard. A total of 10 terrifying primordial beasts appeared in front of him in an instant. Roar! Roar! The 10 ferocious beasts roared. Each of them emitted a wave of energy that was not weaker than a half-step mystic immortal. They charged at the 5 middle-aged men. Their majestic demonic aura shook and instantly crushed the killing divine energy of the 5 men, sending them flying. Instantly, the 5 middle-aged men's expressions changed. They could feel the strength of the 10 ferocious beasts. It was extremely terrifying. What's going on? Where did these beasts come from? The 5 men were bewildered. They did not see these ferocious beasts in the vicinity at all. However, these 10 ferocious beasts appeared silently in front of Lin Tian. Did you summon them? After a moment of bewilderment, the 5 men's gazes fell on Lin Tian. From the fact that there were no ferocious beasts in the surroundings to the sudden appearance of these 10 ferocious beasts, which coincidentally appeared in front of Lin Tian and destroyed their attacks, the 5 men instantly realized that the appearance of these 10 ferocious beasts had something to do with Lin Tian. At the same time, the white tiger also realized that the appearance of these 10 ferocious beasts had something to do with Lin Tian. He could not help but widen his eyes. Boy, he could feel how terrifying these 10 ferocious beasts were. Each of them was comparable to a half-step mystic immortal. How could Lin Tian summon such powerful ferocious beasts? Furthermore, he had summoned 10 of them at once. It didn't know that Lin Tian had such a strange ability. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he looked at the 5 middle-aged men of the Yi clan. With a slight movement of his mind, the 10 ferocious beasts immediately roared again and rushed toward the 5 people. The majestic demonic power almost directly collapsed the solid void of the spell realm. Just as the 5 middle-aged men of the Southern Night clan and the White Tiger thought, these 10 ferocious beasts were indeed summoned by him from the demon subduing hall in the primitive emperor's token. Now, he couldn't fight 5 half-step profound immortals with his own cultivation base, but he could easily kill them with the help of the primordial beasts in the primitive emperor token. Moreover, not to mention these 5 half-step mysterious immortals. Even if he encountered a half-step heavenly immortal now, he wouldn't have to care at all. This was because after his cultivation base reached the golden immortal realm, his divine sense could enter the 3rd level of the demon's subduing hall. There were tens of thousands of profound immortal ferocious beasts sealed there, and each of them was powerful enough to look down on the profound immortal realm. If he summoned a dozen of them at the same time, he could definitely easily kill a half-step heavenly immortal. Roar! The 10 ferocious beasts roared, and their demonic power was unparalleled and terrifying. The 5 middle-aged men of the Southern Night clan immediately changed their expressions. With their cultivation base at the half-step mysterious immortal realm, just by looking at their aura, it was enough to determine that the 5 of them were definitely not a match for these 10 ferocious beasts. If they were to face them head-on, the final outcome would only be to be crushed here. Let's go! One of them said in a low voice. He called out to the other 4 middle-aged men and directly retreated along the path they came from, leaving this place. However, how could Lin Tian let them go? With a thought, the 10 ferocious beasts immediately vibrated with an even more powerful demonic power. In the blink of an eye, they blocked the 5 middle-aged men and launched a storm-like attack. The terrifying demonic power shook all directions. Ah! A scream reverberated. In just the blink of an eye, one of the middle-aged men was completely crushed, and his soul was destroyed on the spot. Stop! We are from the Southern Night Clan. Ask them to stop their attack, and we will pretend that nothing happened. We will not care that you have intruded into this mountain range, and we will not care that you have killed many of our people. If this continues, you will become the enemy of the Southern Night Clan. Finally, one of the 4 middle-aged men said. Lin Tian glanced at this person indifferently and did not say anything to him. This mountain range did not belong to the Southern Night Clan. He and the White Tiger had accidentally appeared here, but this clan was worried that they would be disturbed when searching for the ancient artifact of a certain sect in this mountain range, so they wanted to kill them. Whether they were here for the ancient artifact or not, they wanted to kill them without mercy. They were very domineering. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people who wanted to kill them, so how could he show mercy? With a thought, the 10 ferocious beasts roared even more frighteningly. Their demonic power surged, and it was extremely powerful. The 4 middle-aged men of the Southern Night Clan were shocked and furious. They stared at Lin Tian, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Kill us and become the enemy of the Southern Night Clan. You will regret it. After this, there will be no place for you in the entire spell realm. You better think carefully. One of them said coldly, Is that so? I am so scared. Lin Tian said casually. As his words fell, the 10 ferocious beasts roared and launched an even more powerful attack. Screams were heard in the blink of an eye, and blood splattered everywhere. In the face of 10 tyrannical, ancient, ferocious beasts, the Southern Night Clan people could not stop them even though they displayed their extraordinary spell, god art. After more than 15 minutes, as the last mist of blood exploded, the 5 half-step mystic immortals of the Southern Night Clan who rushed here were all crushed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. In an instant, the place became quiet. This is really, the White Tiger stared. 5 half-step mystic immortals were killed just like that. Lin Tian's thought moved, and the 10 ferocious beasts immediately turned into a faint light that entered the founding emperor token in his body and disappeared. You brat, you actually have such a method. What kind of technique is this? You can actually summon such powerful, ferocious beasts. It stared at Lin Tian and asked. It's not a divine, secret technique. Lin Tiandao did not say much about this matter. He tilted his head and looked at the center of the mountain range. The White Tiger followed his gaze, paused, and said through gritted teeth, What kind of Southern Night Clan is this? They are really domineering. They don't allow people to enter the mountain range just to look for an ancient artifact. No matter who comes here, whether or not they are here for the Immortal's Mansion or the ancient artifact, they must be killed without mercy. This really pisses me off. As it spoke, it bared its teeth again and looked at Lin Tiandao. Brat, this clan is so arrogant that it pisses us off. We can't let them have it either. Isn't the ancient artifact they're looking for very tyrannical and heaven-defying? Let's go destroy it and snatch it. If we snatch that ancient artifact, our combat strength will increase greatly. Moreover, that Immortal's Mansion is an ancient mansion of a celestial king, level expert. There should be other extraordinary treasures inside, which will be of great use to us now. What do you think? It asked Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao looked at the center of the mountain range, paused and nodded. Okay, the Southern Night Clan was too domineering, which really pissed him off. Just as the White Tiger said, the ancient artifact that the Southern Night Clan was looking for was so powerful that if they could get it, their combat strength would increase greatly. It was very meaningful. Moreover, the ancient artifact would not be the only valuable item in the Immortal's Mansion of the 9 Silkworms, Celestial King. There were many other treasures. If they could find some, it would be of great use to them now. Of course, the most important thing was that he had learned from the black-shirt youth that the strongest person of the Southern Night clan who came here this time was only a half-step celestial immortal. Although he was far from being a match for them, with the primitive emperor's token, he did not need to be afraid of people of this level. He could go there and snatch the treasures in the immortal's mansion and the ancient artifact with the ability to devour gods. He did not need to worry that the cultivators of this clan here could threaten him. Let's go. Immediately he called the white tiger and directly flew into the air, striding toward the center of the mountain range. From the black-shirt youth's divine soul, he learned that the experts of the Southern Night clan who came here were breaking the restriction outside the immortal's mansion. As such, he naturally knew the exact location of the immortal's mansion. It was at the center of the mountain range. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and the man and the tiger came to the center of the mountain range. They looked around and saw that this place was a flat, open space. There were hundreds of people here, all of whom were experts of the Southern Night clan. Among them, a small number were patrolling the surroundings, while the majority were working together to cast spells. Waves of tyrannical divine power intertwined, and waves of runes floated out, working together to break the restrictions that were shrouded in strange Tao patterns in this space. Breaking these restrictions will open the 9 Silkworms' Immortal's Mansion. In the distance, the white tiger narrowed its eyes. Lin Tian nodded. That should be the case. At this moment, the man and the tiger were very far away. Lin Tian used the 4-symbol seal to conceal all of his aura, so he was not discovered by the Southern Night clan cultivators who were patrolling the surroundings. After all, the people patrolling the surroundings were only golden immortals. It was quite difficult for them to discover him when he deliberately concealed his aura, or rather, it was impossible for them to discover him. The two of them stayed in the distance, concealing their auras as they waited for the Southern Night clan to break the restriction of the Immortal's Mansion. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. It's broken. 6 hours later, a low and pleasantly surprised voice floated out. In the open space in front of them, the powerful restriction that surrounded the void was finally wiped out by the joint efforts of the Southern Night clan powerhouses. The space immediately trembled, and then a door of light appeared. Through the light gate, one could vaguely see that there were immortal mountains connected behind it. It was an extraordinary sight. Moreover, a very dense immortal aura and Tao aura rushed out from behind the light gate. It was very shocking. This immortal's mansion is not simple. In the distance, the white tiger was slightly shocked. At the same time, Lin Tian beside him was also shocked. Chapter 1636. Sensing the familiar aura rushing out from behind the door of light, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why would that guy's aura appear here? Moreover, it was in that immortal abode. His face was full of surprise. He couldn't be wrong about this familiar aura. It was exactly the same as Ling Yan's. Hundreds of years ago, he, Bai Ziki, Ling Yan, Fanning Xiong, and other old friends had all left Ten Corners Heaven to train separately. It had been hundreds of years since then. He hadn't expected to sense Ling Yan's aura here. "What's wrong, kid?" The white tiger asked from the side. "I sensed an old friend's aura." Lin Tian didn't hide it. An old friend's aura? White Tiger followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked at the immortal abode behind the door of light. He couldn't help but be moved. "It came from there." "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. The White Tiger was even more surprised by this answer. Wasn't the 9 Silkworm immortal residence just recently discovered by the Southern Yi clan and opened? Why would your old friend's aura come from there? Could it be that the other party can jump through the layers of restrictions and enter the immortal mansion? Lin Tian shook his head. He was also puzzled by this. At this moment, in the open area ahead, the group of Southern Night clan people looked at the light door that had appeared, and their eyes lit up. The 9 Silkworm immortal residence was behind the gate of light. There was an extremely heaven-defying ancient artifact inside. They'd come for it. "Go in. find that ancient artifact as quickly as possible. A half-step Empyrean immortal. In the blink of an eye, 90% of the hundreds of Southern Night clan cultivators entered the immortal mansion. The remaining 10% remained outside the immortal mansion to continue guarding and patrolling the surroundings, as well as to prevent outsiders from approaching. Let's go. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian spoke. He called out to the white tiger and led it towards the door of light. He and the white tiger had come to this place with the original purpose of entering the immortal mansion to fight for the ancient weapon that had the ability to devour gods and Daos, as well as the other treasures in the immortal mansion. However, at this time, he suddenly sensed Ling Yun's aura in the immortal mansion. His priority immediately changed. The ancient weapon and other treasures came second. Now, the most important thing was to find out what was going on with Ling Yun's aura in the immortal mansion. He wrapped the white tiger in his golden divine power and sped away like a golden gust of wind. He disappeared into the immortal residence through the light gate, so the Southern Night clan cultivators guarding the light gate could not see him at all. Only a few of them with stronger spiritual senses could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Did something flash in just now? One of them asked the others with a strange expression. Something went in? What was it? I didn't see it. Me neither. I didn't see it either. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? The others looked at the person who spoke. Are my eyes really playing tricks on me? The person who asked first was a little confused. After passing through the gate of light, Lin Tian led the white tiger into the residence. As far as the eye could see, the immortal mansion appeared to be extremely vast and boundless. Inside, there were immortal mountains connected to each other. The immortal spiritual energy was extremely dense, and the power of the Tao was also very strong. It could be said that it was an extremely good cultivation treasure. The white tiger was shocked. This place is not simple. Lin Tian didn't care about the residents at this time. When he first entered, he searched for Ling Yun's aura in the air. After a pause, he swept his gaze toward the east of the residence. Ling Yun's aura came from there. He called out to the white tiger and wrapped it in divine power. With the fastest speed, he turned into a golden divine light and rushed there. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed far away. At this time, a dozen cultivators of a Southern Yi clan walked together. The leader was a mystic immortal powerhouse in a gray robe. He immediately noticed Lin Tian. It's you. The gray-robed elder's expression changed. Previously, the black-robed youth had shot out a divine light that contained the figures of Lin Tian and the white tiger. It also contained the scene of Lin Tiansha killing the blue-robed youth and the yellow-robed youth. This mystic immortal of the Southern Yi clan naturally knew about this. At this time, he recognized Lin Tian at a glance. Why are you all here? This person said coldly. After receiving the divine light from the black-robed youth, they immediately sent out 5 half-step mystic immortals to kill Lin Tian and the white tiger. This was because from the divine light sent back by the black-robed youth, they knew that Lin Tian was an early-stage golden immortal. Although he could kill a middle-stage golden immortal, they believed that Lin Tian wouldn't be able to stop 5 half-step mystic immortals. He would definitely be killed and disappear from this world. However, they never expected that Lin Tian and the white tiger would appear at this place at this time. Moreover, the disciples guarding outside the light gate of the residence didn't give any warning. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Southern Yi clan beside the gray-robed elder were also shocked. Lin Tian ignored the gray-robed old man. Following Ling Yun's aura, he headed east of the immortal abode. The gray-robed elder's eyes immediately turned cold. Without any superfluous words, he directly moved. He raised his hand and pressed down with the immortal suppressing force, wanting to kill Lin Tian and the white tiger. With a boom, the palm of a mystic immortal was shockingly powerful, as if it was going to shatter everything. Facing this palm, the white tiger's hair stood on end. It deeply felt the terror of this palm. Kid, Can you still use that special method of summoning ferocious beasts? Can you stop this old guy? The white tiger quickly said. It shrunk its monster body and turned into a little white cat. It laid on Lin Tian's head and tightly grabbed a handful of Lin Tian's hair. It's no big deal. Lin Tiandao's pace did not change as he continued to rush towards the east of the immortal abode. At the same time, with a slight movement of his mind, a powerful, beastly roar shook the sky. He directly summoned 10 mystic immortal ferocious beasts from the primitive emperor token. These 10 ferocious beasts all had the terrifying demonic strength to look down on the mystic immortal realm. Moreover, they were all ancient beasts. When these 10 appeared together, the vast demonic pressure of the gray-robed elder's palm was immediately shaken away. This person couldn't help but tremble. He immediately felt the terror of the 10 ferocious beasts summoned by Lin Tian and couldn't help but take a step back. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Southern Yi clan revealed a look of horror. After all, these people were not as strong as the gray-robed elder. The strongest among them was only a half-step mystic immortal. At this time, facing the demonic pressure of 10 ferocious beasts at the peak of the mystic immortal realm was naturally difficult for them to bear. They almost fainted from the pressure. He can summon ferocious beasts to fight. These cultivators were shocked. Roar! The 10 mystic immortal ferocious beasts roared, shaking the sky. After summoning the 10 ferocious beasts from the primitive emperor token, Lin Tian didn't change his speed at all. He didn't care about the shocked, gray-robed elder and the other disciples of the Southern Yi clan at all. He flashed past them and continued to head east with the white tiger. At this time, he wanted to find out why there was Ling Yun's aura in this immortal abode, so he didn't have the time to care about this person. Stop right there. Seeing Lin Tian pass by him and head east, completely ignoring him, the gray-robed elder couldn't help but roar coldly. However, it was also at this moment that the 10 Xian immortal ferocious beasts that Lin Tian had summoned charged over. Their ferocious demonic energy was terrifying to the extreme, and they were filled with a destructive aura. Under Lin Tian's will, they directly drowned this person. Ah! A miserable scream sounded in an instant. Facing the destructive attack of the 10 mystic immortal ferocious beasts, the gray-robed elder was directly crushed, and even his divine soul dissipated. He died on the spot. Elder! Elder! Following the gray-robed elder, the other disciples of the Southern Yi clan were all trembling. An elder of their clan, with the cultivation of mystic immortal realm, was actually wiped out in an instant. Hurry! Hurry up and leave! Inform the elders. There's an outsider intruding. The elders are at the half-step heavenly immortal realm and are invincible under the heavenly immortal realm. No matter what means he has, he can be killed. Never let anyone interfere with our clan's search for that ancient artifact. The 10 people's eyes were filled with fear as they quickly fled. It was also at this time that the 10 mystic immortal ferocious beasts roared again. The rolling demonic power turned into a terrifying demonic wave and drowned the 10 people on the spot, crushing them to death. After that, the 10 mystic immortal ferocious beasts turned into 10 rays of light and dissipated, returning to the primitive emperor token in Lin Tian's body. This is too exaggerated, kid. You can even summon mystic immortal ferocious beasts. Moreover, it seems that they are very powerful even among the mystic immortals. The white tiger was lying on top of Lin Tian's head. Looking back at the scene, it could not help but shrink its neck. It's not my own battle strength, so it's nothing. Lin Tian Andao. He did not say anything more about it. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had crossed a great distance again. After a few dozen breaths of time, he had crossed over a dozen immortal mountains in this immortal abode. Suddenly, a pitch-black ancient palace appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by dense, gray demonic fog. That pitch-black ancient palace was like a terrifying demon god emperor lying in the gray demonic fog. This is the place. When he arrived at this place, he stopped. The aura of Ling Yun was the strongest in this place. It was coming from that pitch-black ancient palace. Looking at that ancient palace, he only paused for a moment before continuing forward. The aura of Ling Yun was coming from the ancient palace. He had to enter the ancient palace to investigate. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the ancient palace. However, at this moment, a layer of gray light barrier suddenly appeared outside the ancient palace. The dense Taoist inscriptions that intertwined with each other forcefully pushed him away. This is... Lin Tian was shocked. In just a short collision, he could feel the shocking power of this gray light barrier. It was a type of enchantment that even heaven immortals could not break easily. It was also at this moment that a familiar voice mixed with anger and anxiety came from the ancient palace. It sounded like a hooligan cursing on the street. Mother****, what kind of broken place is this? I want to go out. Let me out. A $. Chapter 1637. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved when he heard the voice coming from the black ancient palace. This voice was too familiar. Wasn't it Ling Yun's voice? Pervert, are you in there? Answer me if you hear me. He shouted into the room. Within the black ancient hall, the hooligan-like, cursing voice instantly came to a stop. In the next instant, the sound of running footsteps was emitted from within the hall. A tall and slender man instantly rushed from the depths of the ancient hall to the edge of the ancient hall. He stared straight at Lin Tian. Lin Brett, is it really you? Looking at Lin Tian, the man was so excited that he was about to cry. He was like a child who had been separated from his family for many years and suddenly saw his mother. I finally see you. Acquaintance? The white tiger stared at Ling Yun in the ancient palace and then looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. This man was really Ling Yun. Previously, when he sensed Ling Yun's aura in the immortal abode, he guessed that Ling Yun might have come to the spell realm and might be living in this immortal abode. However, when he saw Ling Yun here, he couldn't help but be surprised. How did you get in there? There was a gray restriction barrier at the edge of the ancient palace. He looked at Ling Yun through this barrier, surprised and puzzled. He was a little surprised. This immortal's mansion seemed to have just been found by the Southern Night clan, and the restriction enchantment outside the immortal's mansion was broken. Moreover, there was a restriction enchantment at the edge of the ancient hall inside. How did this guy jump in there? Ling Yun was excited and couldn't help but grind his teeth. Not long after I left the 10 Directions Heaven Domain, I encountered the starry tide in the starry sky. It was the thing you mentioned when you first returned to the 10 Directions Heaven Domain from the starry sky. Master Ling was swept out of several star domains and then fell into a big vortex caused by the starry tide. After that, I fell here. As he said this, he looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. He looked like he was about to cry. It's been more than 300 years. I've been here for more than 300 years. There's not even a mouse in here. F***C. Lin Tian was speechless. Just how unlucky was this guy? Back when he encountered the space tide, although he was swept far away from the 10 Directions ancient star, he was still in the space tide. However, this guy was directly swept into another great world. Moreover, he was swept into this black ancient palace and was trapped there for more than 300 years. From the looks of it, it was several decades longer than the time he had been trapped in the no empty domain. Even the white tiger couldn't help but roll its eyes. It looked at Ling Yun in the ancient palace with a sympathetic expression. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Find a celestial immortal and help me leave this place. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said, The restriction enchantment outside this broken palace is very strong. Without the cultivation of the heaven immortal realm, it's impossible to break it. In the past 300 years, he had tried to break through the enchantment many times. Naturally, he had a general understanding of its strength. Lin Tian didn't move to find a celestial immortal expert. At this time, he looked at Ling Yin and suddenly noticed that Ling Yin's current cultivation was the same as his at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. You've been trapped in this place for more than 300 years, but you've reached the golden immortal realm? He was a little surprised. When this guy left the 10 directions, heavenly domain, he was only at the heavenly master realm. Not long after leaving the 10 directions heavenly domain, he was trapped in this place and couldn't escape until now. However, under such circumstances, this guy had reached the golden immortal realm. Ling Yin saw Lin Tian's surprise and said, "Well, it's like this. Although it's bad luck to be trapped here and not see the sun for more than 300 years, there are unexpectedly many heavenly treasures, divine elixirs and divine elixirs." Then, when Lin Tian heard this, the surprise on his face became stronger. Then he understood immediately. From the Southernite clan, he learned that this divine abode was left behind by a celestial king, 9 silkworms celestial king. He knew that there were many treasures in this place. Now, it seemed that this divine temple here was the cultivation divine temple that 9 silkworms celestial king set up in this divine abode. Many treasures in the divine abode were in this divine temple. Ling Yin was trapped in this divine temple. Although it was difficult for him to escape, he found many treasures and divine elixirs. Then he refined these divine elixirs and divine elixirs. In more than 300 years, he cultivated from the heavenly master realm to the golden immortal realm. You're really a blessing in disguise. He was speechless. Don't sigh. Quickly find a celestial immortal to help. Ling Yin urged him inside. Lin Tian didn't move. He squatted down where he was and said, "Then there's no need to find a celestial immortal." As he said that, he raised his hand, and strands of formation inscriptions intertwined. "You want to break this enchantment by yourself? It doesn't seem possible." On the other side of the enchantment, Ling Yin looked at Lin Tian's actions and was a little surprised. Through the enchantment, he felt that Lin Tian's current cultivation was also in the golden immortal realm. At this realm, no matter how monstrous Lin Tian was, there was still a big gap between him and a celestial immortal. He shouldn't be able to break this enchantment. Just watch. Lin Tian Ondao. As he said that, more formation inscriptions jumped out from between his fingers. They were the formation inscriptions of the 1,000 seals formation of the One Heaven Soul incantation. At this time, he could feel Ling Yin's aura and cultivation on the other side of the enchantment. This meant that the enchantment was much weaker than when it was first engraved. It was very unstable. As such, under such circumstances, he could engrave the 1,000 seals grand formation here, which was enough to greatly weaken the strength of the current restriction. After that, he could summon a sufficient number of top-notch, profound, immortal, ferocious beasts from the founding emperor token. With a combined attack, it would be enough to break this barrier. Buzz! The formation inscriptions intertwined with a strange light. Soon, he finished engraving a corner of the 1,000 seals formation. This caused the gray enchantment outside the ancient palace to tremble slightly. Because of the 1,000 seals formation, it was weakened by many times. Then, with a thought, a total of 30 Xian immortal ferocious beasts were summoned by him. A strong demonic aura swept in all directions. This scene shocked Ling Yin. "Kid, when did you master such a technique? How can you summon so many powerful ferocious beasts?" He and Lin Tian had known each other for a long time, but he didn't know that Lin Tian had such an ability. "Let's talk about it later." Lin Tian Ondao said, "Step back a little." On the other side of the enchantment, Ling Yin obviously knew that Lin Tian was going to attack the gray enchantment with the 30 Xian immortal ferocious beasts. At that moment, he didn't have time to be surprised that Lin Tian could summon so many powerful ferocious beasts. He was excited and moved far away immediately. Lin Tian saw that Ling Yin had retreated far away. With a thought, the 30 Xian immortal ferocious beasts immediately vibrated and released a sky full of demonic aura. They merged with each other and attacked the gray enchantment at the same time. For a time, Rumbling sounds could be heard as the entire space trembled and cracks appeared one after another. Then, with a crack, the gray enchantment outside the ancient palace collapsed on the spot. It really broke. In the ancient palace, Ling Yun was very excited. He rushed out and hugged Lin Tian. He laughed wildly with excitement. It's out. After more than 300 years, Master Ling is finally out. Finally out. Lin Tian could understand Ling Yun's feelings. Moreover, he was very happy to see his old comrade after hundreds of years. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a little disgusted to be hugged so tightly by such a big man. He directly kicked this guy away. Ling Yun was still laughing and was very excited. After all, he was trapped in the black ancient palace for more than 300 years. How could he not be excited when he walked out after more than 300 years? Lin Tian looked at Ling Yun. When Ling Yun calmed down a little, he asked, "You were trapped in there for more than 300 years. Besides some heaven and earth treasures and divine elixirs, did you find a special ancient weapon? It has the ability to devour divine power and rules. It's very extraordinary." Chapter 1638. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Lin Tian and White Tiger's eyes lit up. From Ling Yun's words, the ancient artifact with the ability to devour Tao could really be in that stone room. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tian said to Ling Yun. At the same time, he quickly introduced Ling Yun and White Tiger to each other. Ling Yun immediately led the way into the black ancient palace. In the black ancient palace, the air was very dim, and there were wisps of demonic aura lingering. Under Ling Yun's lead, the group quickly arrived in front of the special stone room that Ling Yun had mentioned. Looking around, there were 2 stone doors outside the stone room, and they were intertwined with dense array patterns and Tao patterns. It was extremely complicated, a very powerful restriction. Lin Tiandao, just by looking at the array patterns and Tao patterns on the 2 stone doors, he could feel that this was an extraordinary restriction. It was very powerful, and it was even stronger than the gray enchantment outside the ancient palace. Can you break it? Ling Yun asked. Yes, but it will take some time. Lin Tiandao. At that moment, he asked Ling Yun and White Tiger to move back a little. Then he used the method to break the restriction outside the ancient palace and engraved the 1,000 seals array in this place. Then he summoned a total of 50 Xian immortal beasts and used his mind to make the 50 beasts join forces to launch a combined attack, which landed directly on the array patterns and Tao patterns on the stone doors. Chi! With a soft sound, the array patterns and Tao patterns on the stone doors immediately shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, all the array patterns and Tao patterns were shattered. Then, 3 consecutive cracking sounds were heard. In front of them, the 2 stone doors directly shattered into pieces and collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. You really broke it? Ling Yun's eyes widened. Although he had heard Lin Tian say that he could break the stone doors here, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Lin Tian destroy the array patterns and Tao patterns on the stone doors with his own eyes. Don't be shocked, let's go in first. Let's see if Zhong Nitian's ancient artifact is really here. The White Tiger urged, its eyes shining. Lin Tian nodded and kept the dozens of Xian immortal ferocious beasts back into the founding emperor token. After that, he led Ling Yun and the White Tiger directly into the stone room. The stone chamber was very large and very spacious. As soon as they stepped in, they saw a platform in the center of the stone chamber. There were all kinds of Tao patterns on it, and they emitted streaks of blood-red light, as if they were carved with blood. At the center of the Tao platform, a black all covered in ancient seals floated in the air. It was surrounded by the blood runes on the Tao platform, causing the expressions of the 2 people and the beast to change. At this time, looking at this ancient black all at such a close distance, they all felt the divine power and laws in their bodies tremble, as if they were about to break out of their bodies and flow out. This is the ancient artifact that has the ability to devour gods and Daos. This seems a little scary. Ling Yun glared at him. Very, very scary. The white tiger gulped. Lin Tian was also shocked, but he didn't say anything. He fixed his gaze on this ancient black awl, and at the same time he carefully observed the blood runes around the Tao platform where the black awl was. This is some kind of ancient seal. He cultivated the four-symbol seal, an unparalleled divine art. Naturally, he could feel that these blood runes intertwined with amazing sealing power. Together, they formed a solid seal. It should be to prevent the black awl from being taken away. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian didn't respond. He continued to observe these Tao patterns and took a step forward. Then he suddenly saw a withered corpse on the other side of the Tao platform. Facing the Tao platform covered in blood runes, it was in the shape of a human, but some parts of it were like silkworms. It could be seen that all 10 of its fingers were cracked, and a drop of blood dripped beside the withered corpse. This is the owner of this ancient palace, 9 Silkworms, Celestial King. The white tiger naturally saw the withered corpse and guessed. Should be. Lin Tian nodded. Judging from the fact that the withered corpse was in the stone room of this palace, it was obviously 9 Silkworm, Celestial King. Ling Yin came over and looked at 9 Silkworm, Celestial King's withered corpse. He looked at his 10 severed fingers and the drop of blood on the ground that had yet to coagulate. This guy cut his 10 fingers and let them bleed here? What is he doing? Lin Tian looked at 9 Silkworm, Celestial King's withered corpse and the Tao patterns on the Tao platform. He paused and said, "It looks like he used his own blood essence and demon power to carve these blood runes on the Tao platform. Moreover, it's all of his blood essence." What? Hearing this, the white tiger and Ling Yin were both shocked. He used all of his blood essence and demon power to carve these blood runes? Isn't this the same as using his own life to complete the seal? Ling Yin stared. In order to prevent his black awl from being taken away, he sacrificed his life to seal it. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Or rather, this isn't normal? This is indeed a bit abnormal. White Tiger also had a strange expression. He looked at the floating black awl and said, "Who would give up their life to seal an ancient treasure in order to prevent it from being taken away when they are clearly in possession of it? This doesn't make sense." Did he suddenly discover that his ancient treasure wasn't a normal treasure weapon, but an unparalleled old demon? In order to prevent it from harming the world, he sacrificed his life to seal it in this place? Lin Tian was also very confused, but he couldn't help but be moved when he heard White Tiger's last sentence. Judging from the signs here, the palace master of the ancient palace, 9 Silkworm Celestial King, had indeed sacrificed his life and used all his essence blood to seal the Zhong Wu cone. If he just didn't want the Zhong Wu cone to be taken away, it was indeed strange and abnormal. However, if Wu Jue was really a demon that could bring disaster to the world, as White Tiger had said in the last sentence, it would make sense that White Tiger had sacrificed his life to seal Wu Jue here after discovering Wu Jue's true colors. "Let's go." At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was very weak and floated in the stone room. It came from the drop of blood essence beside 9 Silkworm, Celestial King's corpse. Following this word, the blood essence that hadn't dried up froze instantly. 9 Silkworm, Celestial King's corpse also shattered into a pile of yellow sand. Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. He just now spoke. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Lin Tian was also shocked. In the next moment, his body trembled and his soul froze. He vaguely saw Zhong Wu Jue, who was entangled by the blood patterns on the platform, tremble as if an evil spirit was about to awaken. He even had an indescribable feeling, as if a pair of invisible eyes had opened on the black awl and were coldly looking at them. Let's go," he said to the White Tiger and Ling Yin. He didn't even give them time to react. He directly sent out a thick, golden divine power, enveloping both of them as he quickly rushed out of the ancient palace. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed out of the ancient palace. Ling Yin and the White Tiger were surprised by his sudden action. Ling Yin said, "Kid, why are you suddenly, boom?" A terrifying aura rushed out from the black ancient palace, interrupting his words. Chapter 1639. The terrifying aura surged. An entire ancient black palace behind them trembled. The fluctuation of the aura was extremely terrifying. What happened? Ling Yin and the White Tiger felt a chill on their necks. Lin Tian's heart palpitated as well. He enveloped Ling Yin and the White Tiger in golden divine light and left at an even faster speed. Boom! In the ancient palace, the terrifying aura surging out from there was even more intense. The entire ancient palace trembled violently, and in the next moment, the entire ancient palace shattered into pieces. A black light rushed out and appeared at the top of the sky in the blink of an eye. It was a black all about 3 inches tall. Its entire body was covered with mysterious ancient runes that couldn't be understood at all. It rushed into the sky, and at this moment, it seemed to have transformed into a black, blazing sun. It's that Zhong Wuzhui. It ran out on its own. Ling Yan's eyes widened. The White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Lin Tian looked at the Zhong Wuzhui in the sky and felt that this Zhong Wuzhui was extremely similar to an evil demon. He immediately increased his speed and brought Ling Yin and the White Tiger far away from this area. The Zhong Wuzhui rushed into the sky and emitted a shocking black light. In an instant, the entire immortal abode shook, and all the living beings and cultivators living in here were all shocked by this scene. Then, in the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sounds could be heard as figures rushed towards this place. It's that ancient artifact. We finally found it. Quick, take it down. These cultivators were all experts of the Southern Yi clan. When they rushed here and saw the Zhong Wuzhui in the sky, they were all pleasantly surprised. They immediately recognized that this Zhong Wuzhui was the famous ancient artifact in the history of the spell realm that had the ability to devour gods and Daos. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Southern Yi clan cultivators rushed into the sky and grabbed at the Zhong Wuzhui. However, at this moment, when these dozens of people's large hands approached the Zhong Wuzhui, they immediately screamed in pain. Their physical bodies shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then all of them collapsed with a sizzling sound. Such a scene immediately caused everyone to be shocked. Their divine power, including their laws and fleshly essence, seems to have been completely devoured by the Black All. It seems that that's the case. In the distance, Ling Yin and the White Tiger were both shocked. Lin Tian naturally noticed this as well. The area around Zhong Wuzhui seemed to have formed a domain. As long as a living being approached, it would immediately absorb all the divine power and laws of that being, and then devour the essence of their flesh and blood. What a greedy evil weapon! His eyes narrowed slightly. The cultivators of the Southern Night clan who had entered the immortal abode were naturally shocked as well. They discovered that the several dozen experts of their clan who had died had their divine power, laws, and essence devoured. However, after discovering this, no one in this lineage was afraid. Instead, a few of the half-step heavenly immortal experts' eyes shone brightly as they stared straight at Wu Jue. It's definitely that sect's ancient weapon. I didn't expect it to have such divine power without anyone controlling it. It's indeed extraordinary. If we can get it, it'll definitely be a great blessing for our clan. This lineage was a half-step heavenly immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, this half-step heavenly immortal of the Southern Night clan immediately soared into the air. His tyrannical divine power surged as he grabbed at Zhong Wuzhui. It was also at this time that Wu Zue emitted an even more dazzling black light, and the entire immortal abode was instantly illuminated by this black light. The half-step heavenly immortal of the Southern Night clan immediately trembled and screamed. Like the several dozen ordinary Shan immortals, his divine power and laws were devoured, and his flesh and blood essence were completely devoured by the black all. Lord Su, many of the Southern Night clan cultivators were shocked. One of their half-step heavenly immortals had his divine power and blood essence devoured, just like the several dozen ordinary Shan immortals before him. The black all vibrated, and a dim light filled the sky, enveloping the entire immortal abode. In the next moment, all the cultivators in the immortal abode shuddered. At this time, even though they didn't get close to the eerie black all in the sky, their divine power and Tao power were rapidly draining away, and they couldn't control it at all. In the distance, Lin Tian, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger naturally faced the same situation. Their divine power and demon power were draining away, and even someone as powerful as Lin Tian couldn't control or stop this trend. It really isn't a good thing. It seems that Nine Silkworm Immortal King really did discover its evil and saw that it was a scourge, so he sacrificed his life to seal it away. The White Tiger ground his teeth. "Let's go, let's leave." Lin Tiandao. There was no doubt that Nine Silkworm Immortal King had sealed this Zong Wuzhui because he realized it was a scourge. That kind of seal obviously couldn't trap the Zong Wuzhui for too long. At this time it had reached its limit, allowing the black all to break out of the seal and devour the divine power and blood essence of all living beings on its own. He called out to Ling Yun and White Tiger, and with the fastest speed, they rushed towards the light door that led to this immortal abode. At this time, the Zong Wuzhui was devouring the divine power, laws, and essence of all living beings in the immortal abode. They couldn't stop it, and if they stayed here, they would be sucked dry by the all. Therefore, they naturally had to leave immediately. They were very fast. With Lin Tian leading the way, they quickly arrived at the light door that they'd entered the immortal abode through. However, when they arrived, the light door was already gone. Only bits of light floated in the air, and then scattered and dissipated. "That door, it's broken." The White Tiger was shocked. Lin Tian looked at the Zong Wuzhui in the sky, and immediately guessed that the shattering of the light door was related to the Zong Wuzhui. After all, the light door was also made of energy. Now that the Zong Wuzhui was absorbing all the divine power and essence, the energy contained in the light door must have been sucked dry and then collapsed. Light flashed, and the Zong Wuzhui in the sky trembled again. Even more shocking black light sprinkled on the immortal abode. For a moment, Lin Tian and the others felt the divine power and essence in their bodies drain tens of thousands of times faster than before. Their expressions changed drastically, especially the White Tiger, because its cultivation level was at the Emperor realm. Its divine power, laws, and essence were draining even faster. Its aura weakened in an instant, and its body trembled violently. Lin Tian naturally noticed the White Tiger's condition. He immediately propped up powerful divine power to protect the White Tiger, causing the White Tiger's condition to improve immediately. After that, he also propped up the four-symbol seal, enveloping himself, the White Tiger, and Ling Yun together. He used this unparalleled divine technique to slow down the draining of divine power and essence. However, this could only slow down the draining speed. Their divine power and essence were still being continuously devoured by the Zong Wuzhui through space. At the same time, horrified screams rang out in the immortal abode. Many of the Southern Night clan cultivators who entered had their divine power and essence devoured one after another, and then turned into piles of yellow sand. Use the supreme mantra technique. Seal it and take it away. There were many Southern Night clan cultivators who entered. There were 9 half-step celestial immortals. One had died earlier, so there were 8 left now. At this moment, one of the 8 spoke and ordered all the Southern Night clan cultivators who entered to cast the spell together. The next moment, dense runes floated out and turned into a huge spell net. It flew towards Zong Wuzhui in the sky in a mighty manner. This curse net was very shocking, but the Zong Wuzhui was even more powerful. He shattered the curse net in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screams rang out. Among them, several Southern Night clan cultivators had their divine power and essence devoured and disappeared. Lin Tian, the white tiger, and Ling Yin hid behind a large rock far away. Lin Tian used the four-symbol seal to slow down the draining speed of the white tiger's and Ling Yin's divine power and essence. However, it did not have any effect. Moreover, as time passed, the light from the Zong Wu Jue became more and more intense. Their divine power, precepts, and essence began to drain at an extremely fast rate. A peerless technique like the four symbols seal gradually became less effective. It's over, it's over, it's over. If this goes on, we'll definitely be finished here. Ling Yan's face was gloomy. Lin Tian's expression was grave. This Zong Wu Jue was too strange and terrifying. It was devouring their divine power and essence through space. With their strength, they really could not resist. If this continued, they would definitely die. However, he did not show the slightest hint of panic. After all, he still had the divine talisman that the old hooligan he met in the Wantless territory gave him. If he really reached a critical juncture, he could crush it and summon the old hooligan directly. Then he would definitely be able to resolve the current crisis. This was because Wu Yi had told him that the old hooligan's cultivation was at the peak of the Emperor God level. There was nothing a peak Emperor God could not do. In the sky, the dark light from the Zong Wu Jue became even more intense, and the aura became even thicker. In fact, there were even traces of life aura intertwining with each other, bringing with them terrifying soul energy fluctuations. It felt as if a peerless demon had really awakened from the Zong Wu Jue's body. Suddenly, the speed at which the Zong Wu Jue devoured divine power, precepts, and essence increased by 1,000 times. In an instant, dozens of Yi Nen clan cultivators in the immortal abode were turned into ashes. Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and White Tiger trembled at the same time. The divine power, Tao power, and profound energy in their bodies began to drain away at a terrifying speed. It was as if in just a dozen breaths, they would be sucked dry into tiger corpses. Lin Tian frowned. He paused, and the divine talisman that the old hooligan gave him floated in his hand. The current situation was extremely dangerous. They had no way of resisting at all. If this continued, they would all die very soon. He could only crush the divine talisman and ask the old hooligan for help. Chi! With a soft sound, he used a little strength and crushed the divine talisman in his hand. Chapter 1640. As the divine talisman in his hand was crushed, 3 breaths later, a ball of divine light directly appeared above Lin Tian's head, drawing a spatial portal. Immediately, in the next moment, an old man in dirty clothes appeared. It was the old hooligan Lin Tian met in the Wukong domain. After stepping out of the spatial portal, he stepped right on top of Lin Tian's head. "Kid, I'm here. You're fast, right?" The old hooligan lowered his head and looked down at Lin Tian Dao. The veins on Lin Tian's forehead throbbed, and he pulled the old hooligan down from his head. "Old thing, where did you land?" He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. This old man actually chose his head as his foothold. It was definitely intentional. The old hooligan laughed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. "Don't mind these small details." Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Whether it was in the Wukong domain or now, this old thing always gave him the urge to punch his face. On the side, Ling Yin and the White Tiger looked at the old hooligan, who suddenly appeared, and then looked at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but stare. "Kid, not only can you summon fierce demons to fight, you can also summon people to fight?" The White Tiger looked at Lin Tian, knowing that the old hooligan was summoned by Lin Tian. Then his gaze fell on the old hooligan, and his eyes were still staring. "Is this a human pet? You actually have such a bad taste. Get lost, who would raise such an ugly human pet." Lin Tian wanted to slap it away. The old hooligan directly slapped the White Tiger's head. "Little thing, what human pet? Do you know how to speak?" Do you want me to teach you how to be a beast? The white tiger directly grimaced in pain, holding the head that was slapped with both paws, and almost fainted on the spot from the pain. After the old hooligan slapped the white tiger, he looked at Lin Tiandao. Tell me, kid, what's the trouble? Hurry up. I'm copying the King of Chaoses. As he spoke, the old hoodlum's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze landed on the dark, all covered in ancient runes. Then his eyes narrowed. Isn't that the evil ancestors, evil ascending all? You know it. Lin Tian was a little surprised, but then he shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. He quickly said, our divine power, Tao power, and essence energy are all being continuously devoured by it. We can't stop it. You solve this problem first, and destroy that thing. At this time, the divine power, Tao power, and essence in his body were draining faster, and his face turned pale. At the same time, Ling Yin and the white tiger were in a bad situation as well. They were even worse off than Lin Tian. Because of the old hooligan's appearance just now, the two people and one beast's attention was temporarily attracted by the old hooligan. Now that they reacted, they felt even worse than before the old hooligan appeared. It was as if they were going to wither and die in the next moment. The old hooligan looked at the black all in the sky, and a faint divine brilliance drew out from his body, enveloping Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the white tiger. The two people and one beast immediately felt their bodies relax, and the loss of divine power, Tao power, and essence energy in their bodies instantly stopped. It's not flowing anymore. Ling Yin and the white tiger were surprised and happy. Old man, you're pretty good. Lin Tiandao. Although he had already learned from Wu Yi that the old hooligan was a peak god emperor and was extremely powerful, he still couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the old hooligan easily blocking the terrifying, god-devouring Tao power from the black all. Almost at the same time, the black all in the sky shook, and a wisp of surging black light swayed towards Lin Tian and the others. This wisp of black light was very terrifying. Wherever it passed, a large portion of the solid void of the spell realm was directly annihilated on the spot. The old hooligan narrowed his eyes slightly, and two rays of light flashed in his eyes. The black light that was cut through by the black all was instantly shattered. Old villain, after so many years, you're still doing such a despicable thing. Aren't you ashamed? The old hooligan looked at the black all in the sky and asked with disdain. Lin Tian was moved. From the old hooligan calling the black all the evil ancestors, evil ascending all to the old hooligan, speaking to the black all in the sky in such a disdainful manner. He could completely see that this old guy was very familiar with the black all in the sky. And the old hooligan himself was a peak god emperor. How could an ancient artifact that a peak god emperor was so familiar with be ordinary? He suddenly felt that the origin of this black all was probably a little frightening. Evil ancestor? Evil ascending all? And what kind of despicable thing are you talking about? What exactly is going on? He asked the old hooligan. Beside him, Ling Yin and the white tiger also looked at the old hooligan. They were very puzzled by the old hooligan's words. At the same time, in this immortal abode, some experts of the Southern Yi clan discovered Lin Tian, and all of them revealed cold expressions. Previously, when the black-shirt youth struck back with the divine light, almost all the experts of the Southern Yi clan who lived in this immortal abode knew about Lin Tian. They knew that Lin Tiansha had killed several disciples of their lineage. Naturally, their eyes were very cold when they looked at Lin Tian. Of course, they would not think that it was their lineage who wanted to kill Lin Tian in the beginning, and Lin Tianji was retaliating. Little thief! A half-step celestial immortal said coldly, not hiding his killing intent at all. The rest of the Southern Yi clan cultivators who discovered Lin Tian also had killing intent in their eyes. However, at this time these people did not move. Most of them were desperately resisting the strange power that Zhong Wuzhuo in the sky devoured divine power, Tao power, and essence energy. They did not have the spare energy to attack Lin Tian at all. "Hey, kid, these people want to kill you. What did you do to offend them? Tell us about it." The old hooligan clicked his tongue. Naturally, he could sense the Southern Yi clan people's killing intent towards Lin Tian, and he seemed to be very interested. Lin Tian glanced at these Southern Yi clan cultivators. He did not care at all. These people were not a threat to him at all. Ignore them. Tell me about Zhong Wuzhue. He squinted at the old hooligan. The old hooligan nodded and looked at Zhong Wuzhue in the sky. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This thing is called the evil ascending all. It was the weapon of the evil ancestor before the primordial age. That old crook used this broken all to bewitch others into using it as a divine weapon. In the process of using it, this broken all unconsciously helped him absorb the divine power, precepts, and essence energy of countless living beings as his divine power reservoir. In the end, after a period of time, even the divine power and precepts of the user would be completely devoured, and the user would directly become his puppet." Chapter 1641. Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard the old gangster's words. Beside him, Ling Yin and the white tiger were also shocked. "Isn't this too sinister?" Ling Yin's eyes widened. Back then, 9 Silkworm Celestial King sacrificed his life to seal this thing. He really sensed that it was a scourge. The white tiger said, Lin Tian asked the old gangster, "That evil ancestor, what level is he at?" After a pause, he continued, "How is he compared to Grand Supreme, Pluto, and Holy King Luin Zhuan?" The old gangster was at the peak of the Emperor God realm. He could imagine that the old gangster must know about Grand Supreme, Pluto, and Holy King Luin Zhuan. "Io, kid, you know quite a lot. You even know about Grand Supreme, Pluto, and Holy King Luin Zhuan." The old gangster was a little surprised. He looked at the black all in the sky and said, "He's at the same level as those 3. Beside them, Ling Yin and the white tiger were shocked when they heard their conversation. Grand Supreme? That exists? They did not know about Pluto and Holy King Luin Zhuan, but they knew a little about the word Grand Supreme. Legend had it that Grand Supreme was the representative of the heavenly Tao in an ancient era. They had always thought that such a person was fictional and did not exist. However, at this moment, from the conversation between Lin Tian and the old gangster, Grand Supreme seemed to be a real person. Moreover, both of them seemed to have seen him before. Lin Tian nodded. "He does exist." As he said this, he looked at the evil ascending all in the sky. His eyes could not help but reveal traces of shock. The real owner of this black all was the evil ancestor. He was at the same level as Grand Supreme, Pluto, and Holy King Luin Zhuan. Obviously, he was a master in the Emperor God realm. The old gangster looked at the evil ascending all and narrowed his eyes. "Just in time. Tear it down." As he spoke, he stepped into the void and walked toward the evil ascending all. "Old fart, since you've woken up after sensing my aura, why don't you say something before you're torn apart?" He walked toward the evil ascending all casually. The evil ascending all was covered with ancient runes and divine seals. In the next moment, it erupted with incomparable black light, causing the entire residence to shake involuntarily. A cold and indifferent voice rang out, "You old rogue, you actually managed to escape from the prison of heaven and earth." As soon as this voice rang out, the expressions of all the cultivators in the immortal abode changed. This is... The cultivators of the Southern Night clan were shocked. A voice actually came out of the famous ancient artifact in the history of the spell realm. As far as they knew, there was no weapon spirit in this ancient artifact. In the distance, Ling Yin and the white tiger were also shocked. Lin Tian's expression was normal. At this time, he could imagine that this evil ascending all must have a wisp of spiritual consciousness left behind by the evil ancestor that the old gangster mentioned. According to the old gangster's previous words, the spiritual consciousness left behind by the evil ancestor seemed to be in a deep sleep. At this time, because the old gangster appeared here, the spiritual consciousness of the evil ancestor in the evil ascending all sensed the old gangster's aura and woke up. At the same time, he also thought of another reason. The reason why the immortal King Nine Silkworm, Immortal King, was able to successfully seal the ancient artifact of the God Emperor Evil Ancestor was because the spiritual consciousness left behind by the evil ancestor was not usually awake. Moreover, it had greatly restricted the power of the evil ascending all. Otherwise, Nine Silkworm, Immortal King, would not have been able to seal this ancient artifact. In the sky, the evil ascending all intertwined with black light, vast and cold. A moment later, a soul shadow condensed from the evil ascending all. It was very blurry and only a pair of cold and deep eyes could be seen. Along with the appearance of this soul shadow, an extremely shocking aura surged out in an instant. The heavens and the earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and it caused everyone in the immortal abode to tremble violently once more. The cultivators of the Southern Yi clan were all shocked. The ancient treasure divine weapon that was passed down in the ancient history of the spell realm actually had such a soul shadow appear at this time. Moreover, the aura emitted by this soul shadow was too terrifying, causing all the cultivators of the Southern Yi clan to be horrified. Even the few half-step celestial immortals were afraid. They felt that a casual glance from the soul shadow could kill them without a burial ground. In the distance, Lin Tian and the others were also shocked. The soul shadow condensed from the evil ascending all had a terrifying aura. This is the wisp of spiritual consciousness that the evil ancestor left in the evil ascending all, and now it has condensed into a spiritual consciousness incarnation. Lin Tian muttered to himself. When the incarnation of the evil ancestor appeared from the evil ascending all, the entire immortal abode became cold, and everything seemed to be frozen. It's just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, and you're already releasing the aura of a tortoise the moment you appear. What are you so arrogant for? The old hooligan's voice sounded. He directly raised his hand and slapped the incarnation of the evil ancestor. With a swoosh, the intertwined aura of the evil ancestor was instantly annihilated, and the incarnation was directly sent flying along with the evil ascending all. Such a scene caused Ling Yun and the white tiger to widen their eyes. This old fellow is so strong. The man and the tiger were shocked. When the incarnation of the evil ancestor was condensed, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. They reckoned that even a divine king might not be able to withstand it. However, now the old hooligan directly attacked and actually annihilated the aura emitted by the incarnation of the evil ancestor in an instant, and sent the incarnation of the evil ancestor flying. This was really a little frightening. Brat Lin, you actually know such a terrifying person. Ling Yun stared. We met by chance. Lin Tiandao. At this moment in this immortal abode, only he was very calm. This was because he had already found out about the old hooligan's cultivation from Wu Yi. He was a peak emperor god, and now he was here in his real body. Although the evil ancestor was also in the emperor god realm, it was only a wisp of spiritual consciousness that resided here. Naturally, it would not be able to stop the old hooligan. The current state of the two of them was on a completely different level. On the other side, the cultivators of the Yi Nin clan were all shocked. They could sense how terrifying the soul shadow condensed from the evil ascending all was. It could definitely kill a divine king easily, but now the old hooligan's simple slap directly sent the soul shadow condensed from the evil ascending all flying along with the evil ascending all. What level of strength was this? He was at least in the divine king realm. That person, these people looked at the old hooligan in the sky, and then looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. They all saw that the old hooligan was standing together with Lin Tian previously. There was obviously a special relationship between the two. This meant that Lin Tian had an existence that was more powerful than a divine king behind him. And they actually wanted to kill Lin Tian before this. Wasn't this indirectly provoking a terrifying existence that was more powerful than a divine king? Chapter 1642. The cultivators of the Southernite clan looked at the old hoodlum in the sky, and they couldn't help but feel a wave of horror. There was actually such a terrifying figure behind Lin Tian. On the other side, Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger were also looking at the old hoodlum in the sky. The old hoodlum stood at the top of the sky, looking very casual. With a rumble, a black light flickered in the distance, and the evil ancestor's incarnation took the evil ascending all and stepped into the sky again. His eyes were still deep and cold, and he didn't show any anger at being slapped away by the old hoodlum, because he was very clear that his current state was not on the same level as the old hoodlum's state. He was only a strand of spiritual sense, and the old hoodlum was the real body. Being slapped away by the old hoodlum in such a state was something that he couldn't do anything about. Io, this strand of spiritual sense of yours is quite sturdy. You didn't destroy it immediately. The old hoodlum clicked his tongue and said, "Speaking of which, why didn't your real body jump over?" As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed loudly. "Oh, right, this old man forgot. Back then, you, Grand Supreme, Nether King, and Saint King Luanjuan, those few old fellows thought that they were infallible and set up 108,000 layers of heaven-defying killing arrays in an attempt to trap the King of Killers. In the end, the human king destroyed all of them with a single finger. You, old hoodlum, were affected by the aftershock and almost died. You were the most unlucky one, and now you are still in a deep sleep, right? Have you recovered from your injuries?" Hearing the old hoodlum's words, Lin Tian's expression changed. The evil ancestor, Grand Supreme, Underworld King, and the others seemed to be peak god emperor existences. These super experts had worked together to carve out 108,000 layers of heaven-defying killing formations to lure human kings into them. Yet all of them had been shattered with a single finger. Furthermore, just the aftershocks had nearly destroyed the body and soul of the evil ancestor. How terrifying was this? Could it be that it surpassed the god emperor realm? At the same time, when the evil ancestor heard the old hoodlum's words, his eyes became incomparably cold. It was as if a scar had been torn open, and an even more terrifying aura surged out. It was bone-piercing cold, and a destructive aura surged out. Sooner or later, this lord will find the human king and settle this debt. The evil ancestor said coldly. As these words were spoken, the sky darkened, and streaks of lightning began to interweave. The might it emitted was terrifying to the extreme. This world seemed to be ending in the next moment. The old hooligan had a look of disdain on his face. "Forget it. You want to settle accounts with the human king?" At that time, if he hadn't sensed that his little disciple was in trouble and suddenly left, after the 10,000 layers killing array was destroyed, all of you self-righteous old fogies would have been slapped to death with a single slap. Would you even have the chance to go back and heal? After learning such a big lesson, you still dare to say such harsh words here. Don't you find it embarrassing? The eyes of the evil ancestor's clone turned even colder. His killing intent was extremely strong, but he didn't say anything else. Why? Are you feeling guilty? Are you embarrassed to talk? The old hooligan clicked his tongue. After a pause, he said, "By the way, are you really not going to jump over here?" The evil ancestor's eyes were as cold as two black holes as he stared at the old hooligan. "If we miss today, I'll take your head," he said coldly. Just as the old hooligan had said, his injuries were too deep. His real body had been in a deep sleep to heal, and it would take a long time for him to fully recover. Therefore, at this time, his real body naturally couldn't jump over here. The old hooligan curled his lips and didn't say anything else. He slapped down again, directly covering the evil ancestor's clone and the evil ascending all. Strands of Tao light flashed out. The evil ancestor's eyes were cold. He didn't dodge or block, and quietly faced the old hooligan's slap, because now he was only controlling the evil ascending all with a wisp of spiritual consciousness. It was impossible for him to block the old hooligan who was at his peak. Dodging or blocking wouldn't change the outcome of his destruction. It would only make him look very embarrassed. Chi! The old hooligan's big hand pressed down, and with a soft sound the evil ancestor's spiritual consciousness clone was shattered. Then Tao light intertwined in his big hand and directly shattered the evil ascending all. Suddenly the cold aura in the immortal abode disappeared without a trace, and it became gentle again. At this time the Yin and clan cultivators were both shocked and surprised. They were shocked because the old hooligan was too powerful. The terrifying evil ancestor's soul shadow and the evil ascending all were shattered with a single slap. They were surprised because the danger of the evil ascending all devouring their divine power and spiritual essence disappeared at this time. However, this surprise did not last for long. It only lasted for an instant before disappearing without a trace. At this time, the cultivators looked at the old hooligan, then looked at Lin Tian in the distance, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Previously, they wanted to kill Lin Tian. Now, the old hooligan and Lin Tian clearly had a good relationship. If Lin Tian asked the old hooligan to kill them, the old hooligan would definitely not refuse. How could they stop such a terrifying old hooligan? They would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. It was even to the extent that their families might be in trouble. At this time, the Yin and clan cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Their faces turned pale at this time. At the top of the sky, the old hooligan clapped his hands, stepped down, and returned to Lin Tian's side. "It's done." Ling Yin and the white tiger looked at the old hooligan with a shocked expression. "Old? Bah! Old senior, you're too mighty." The white tiger stared at him. The terrifying evil ancestor and the evil ascending all were shattered by the old hooligan with a single slap. Its eyes were full of shock. Lin Tian was very calm about this. He knew the old hooligan's cultivation realm. He had expected this from the beginning. However, he was a little speechless that the old hooligan destroyed the evil ascending all. He said, "That evil ascending all was an emperor weapon at its peak, right? Why did you destroy it for no reason? Erase the mark on it and give it to me to use." The old hooligan glanced at Lin Tian. "Isn't it just an emperor weapon? If it's destroyed, then so be it. Look at your pained expression. Useless. You have to know that true strength comes from one's own body. Weapons and whatnot are at most auxiliary. This old man has never refined weapons." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Is there anything else you need? This old man is busy plundering the king of Chaos Lair. If there's nothing else, this old man will leave first. After that, I still have to plunder Elder Sakura." Boom! Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook, directly interrupting the old hooligan's words. The vast sky turned pitch black at this moment. Then, a huge pitch-black vortex appeared. Chapter 1643. A tall figure stepped out of the black vortex in the sky. His eyes were cold as he stared at the old hooligan. "Didn't I just raid half of your lair? Why are you so anxious? You actually chased me all the way here." The old hooligan looked at the tall figure in the sky. Lin Tian was shocked when he heard that. He remembered that the old hooligan had mentioned that they were raiding the king of Chaos Lair. Now that the tall figure was here, his entire body was covered in chaotic light. His identity was self-evident. He was definitely the king of chaos that the old hooligan had mentioned. This was another divine emperor. Moreover, it seemed that this king of chaos was not a divine will incarnation or spiritual consciousness incarnation. It seemed to be his real body. In the sky, the king of chaos stared at the old hooligan with cold eyes. He did not hide his murderous intent at all. A divine emperor's aura surged and the entire sky changed color. Many parts of the divine abode started to crack. The aura was terrifying. This aura, a divine emperor. The hundreds of Southern Night clan cultivators in the divine abode looked at the king of chaos in the sky. They were all shocked. A legendary divine emperor had appeared in this place. In the distance, Ling Yin and the White Tiger were also shocked. They stared. Divine, divine Emperor. Both of them were shocked. The God Emperor, that was the strongest existence on the path of cultivation known to all. At this time, both of them felt a chill down their spines when they sensed the divine Emperor's aura from the King of Chaos. At the side, Lin Tian's heart palpitated as well. After all, the aura of a real divine emperor was too intimidating. His divine soul could not help but tremble at this moment. Buzz! Suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, the primitive emperor token vibrated and emitted wisps of blue light. It calmed his trembling divine soul. Then, in the next moment, the palm-sized blue ancient medallion flew out of his sea of consciousness on its own. It emitted an even more intense blue light, as if it had turned into a blue sun. A boundless aura intertwined around it, as if it could engulf all the worlds in the universe. This shocked Lin Tian. Ling Yin and the White Tiger beside him could not help but be shocked when they saw this. Brett, this is... Ling Yin and the White Tiger were shocked. At this moment, both man and tiger felt the tyrannical aura emitted by the Origin Emperor's token. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the old hooligan and the King of Chaos at the top of the sky also looked over. Token of the founding emperor. The old hooligan was slightly shocked. The King of Chaos's eyes were cold. The primitive emperor is still alive. As these words were uttered, an even more intimidating aura swept out from his body in an instant, turning into a terrifying wave of light, intertwined with the power of slaughter, and directly rushed towards the founding emperor's token in Lin Tian's hand. Moreover, the aftermath of the divine power turned into ripples like water, spreading in all directions. The killing light wave was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lin Tian. Buzz! The founding emperor's token shone brightly, and a faint aura of an emperor god gushed out, shattering the killing light sent by the King of Chaos. Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger were affected by it and immediately trembled violently. Cracks appeared on their divine souls, and they almost died from the shock. At the same time, the aftermath of the King of Chaos attack reverberated in the immortal abode, and the cultivators of the Southern Night clan all suffered a great disaster. At this moment, all of them exploded and no one was spared. All of them were destroyed in body and soul. Buzz! The founding emperor's token was the size of a palm. At this moment, it emitted an even more dazzling light, and the aura of an emperor god became even more shocking. The old hooligan looked over and looked at Lin Tian with surprise in his eyes. The origin divine weapon of the primitive emperor is actually on this brat. I didn't feel it at all before. Lin Tian looked at the founding emperor's token that was drawn out from his body. Hearing the old hooligan's words, he could not help but feel shocked. It sounded like the owner of the founding emperor's token was an emperor god, and this founding emperor's origin, divine weapon. His eyes flickered. Although he had long realized that this ancient token was extraordinary, he did not expect it to be so extraordinary. It was actually an emperor god's origin divine weapon. Beside him, Ling Yin and the White Tiger looked at the founding emperor's token and were also shocked. This is an emperor god's origin divine weapon. Humph! A cold snort sounded. At the top of the firmament, the King of Chaos's eyes were cold and emotionless. At this moment, he raised his hand, and endless chaotic light intertwined in his big hand. He directly grabbed at the founding emperor's token in Lin Tian's hand and enveloped Lin Tian and the others. The old hooligan raised his hand and directly slapped at the King of Chaos's big hand. Terrifying divine power intertwined in his palm, as if it was going to crush the great world. You old things back then, you either sneaked an attack on the primitive emperor at the critical moment of enlightenment, or you colluded to trick me into entering the emptiness realm. You are simply more shameless than me. I say, you old farts, do you all think that you are too weak and can't beat us in a head-on battle? At the same time, the founding emperor's token released an even more terrifying divine light, and a faint blue divine light directly attacked the King of Chaos. Boom! The three collided, and the vast divine light filled the sky, and the immortal mansion collapsed on the spot. The King of Chaos's body was surrounded by chaotic light. His big hand was blasted away, but he was unharmed, and his eyes were still cold and indifferent. "I'll kill you all." The King of Chaos's voice was cold. The chaotic light rolled, and his divine aura surged. This piece of heaven and earth evolved into chaos inch by inch. The turbulent King of Chaos was as heavy as heaven and earth, as if he could easily crush everything. Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger all trembled violently. This aura was too terrifying for cultivators of their level. At this moment, they all had a feeling that their bodies were going to shatter and die in the next moment. The old hooligan waved his hand, and divine light intertwined, blocking the chaotic light and aura of the King of Chaos. Suddenly, Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger felt their bodies relax, and the feeling of their bodies shattering disappeared instantly. "Kid, you all leave first. I might not be able to protect you in the battle later," the old hooligan said to Lin Tian, and a mass of divine light gushed out, enveloping Lin Tian and the other two. At the same time, he waved his hand and took the primitive emperor's token. The primitive emperor still has a trace of his soul in the primitive emperor's token. "I'll take this ancient token and help that old guy return. Let's go." After saying that, the old hooligan waved his hand again, and the divine light enveloped Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger and disappeared instantly. The King of Chaos stood at the top of the sky and watched coldly as Lin Tian and the others were transported away by the old hooligan, and did not stop them at all. As the oldest emperor god existence, golden immortals and emperor space cultivators were not even worth his attention. With a rumble, an even more terrifying emperor god aura swept out from his body. The chaotic light rolled and turned into endless chaotic swords, as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. Back then, the primitive emperor was lucky enough to keep a trace of his soul. Today it will be destroyed. You will also perish with it. His voice was cold. The old hooligan curled his lips. "Little chaos scum, don't talk big. You want to kill an old man like me by yourself? Dream on." After saying that, the aura of a peak emperor god was revealed without a doubt. In an instant, a vast starry sky world was intertwined around him and directly pressed down on the King of Chaos. At this time, Lin Tian was in the void and his vision was dark. Then, in just a moment, light appeared in front of him, and a strong force appeared behind him, directly shaking him out of the pitch-black void. Looking around, he was surrounded by a chain of mountains, and the immortal spiritual energy was very rich. From time to time, he could hear the roars of beasts. Been transported? Left the immortal abode from before? The White Tiger's voice sounded, and then looked around, and then let out a long breath. "It's good that you left. It's good that you left. F***CK, a few emperor gods in a row. You scared me to death." Ling Yin was also a little scared. Previously, when he faced the terrifying aura emitted by the King of Chaos, he was really frightened. Now that he was thrown out of that place by the old hooligan, and appeared here far away from that place, he also heaved a sigh of relief. "Kid, you actually know the legendary existence of the emperor gods. Also, that blue ancient token that floated out of your body is actually an emperor god's origin divine weapon. You seem to be related to a few emperor gods." He looked at Lin Tian with a face full of shock. Boom! An awe-inspiring rumble came from an incomparably distant location. The entire great spell realm was shaking as if an apocalyptic earthquake was happening. This great world seemed to be on the verge of shattering into pieces and disappearing from the world in the next moment. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the roar and naturally saw that the roar came from the place where the immortal abode was previously. At this time, the old hooligan was obviously fighting fiercely with the King of Chaos. This is a battle between the Emperor gods. I can also feel the destructive aura from this place. An entire curse armor is shaking. This is really... The white tiger's heart palpitated. If they are willing, they can probably directly cripple the spell realm. How terrifying! Ling Yun sucked in a cold breath and couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian stared fixedly in that direction. There, terrifying roars continued to sound, and destructive auras continued to spread out. The spell realm shook even more violently. After that, about 10 breaths later, the roars in that place disappeared, and the spell realm no longer shook. They left the spell realm. He muttered to himself. It was impossible for the battle between the Emperor gods to end so quickly, now that there were no more roars coming from there. It could only be that the old hooligan and the King of Chaos had left the spell realm and fought elsewhere. He looked over there, but he wasn't worried about the old hooligan's safety. After all, since the old hooligan was able to make the King of Chaos and that whatever Sakura assured Tian joined forces to deal with him, trapping him into the Wantless region, his strength was definitely very strong. Just the King of Chaos alone was definitely not a threat to the old hooligan. Then he thought of another problem. The Primitive Emperor token was taken away by that old guy. The Primitive Emperor token was the strongest method he could control and use at any time. It could summon tens of thousands of fierce beasts to help him in battle. With his current golden immortal cultivation, with the Primitive Emperor token, even if he encountered a half-step celestial immortal, he had no fear. Now that the old hooligan had taken away the Primitive Emperor token, he could be said to have lost an extremely strong combat aid. However, he wasn't depressed or distressed about this, because he could see that the old hooligan and the owner of the Primitive Emperor token were old acquaintances. Now that the old hooligan had taken away the Primitive Emperor token and wanted to help the Primitive Emperor return, he should hand over the Primitive Emperor token. Moreover, the Primitive Emperor token had helped him several times. He was naturally happy to see its owner return with the help of the old hooligan. By the way, where are we going next? What are we doing? Chapter 1644. Lin Tian listened to the white tiger's words, paused, and said, "I'll help you improve your cultivation first. Then we'll go to the immortal realm." Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were still in the immortal realm. He originally planned to go to the immortal realm to find them after finding the white tiger, but he didn't expect to enter the spell realm because of some accident. However, this accident allowed him to find Ling Yun here, which was also something that made him rejoice. Because at that time, if he didn't accidentally enter this world, Ling Yun would be in danger. He would either be in trouble because of the Yinan clan or the evil ascending all in the Black Ancient Palace. Because the Yinan clan was looking for the evil ascending all in the Immortal Mansion, it was only a matter of time before they found the Ancient Palace where the evil ascending all was. They definitely had the ability to break the restriction outside the Black Ancient Palace. And as long as this clan found outsiders living in that place, they would be killed mercilessly. Therefore, after discovering Ling Yun in the Black Ancient Palace in the Immortal Mansion and breaking the restriction outside the Black Ancient Palace, they would definitely kill Ling Yun. And when the evil ascending all broke out of the seal, Ling Yun would also be in trouble. After all, the evil ascending all was too terrifying. If he didn't call the old hooligan over, he would have died tragically because of the evil ascending all. Now, with some treasures to help the white tiger improve his cultivation, he was ready to go to the immortal realm directly. Go to the immortal realm? The white tiger stared at him. "Kid, you can go directly to the legendary immortal realm from this world." Ling Yin was also surprised. Yes, Lin Tian nodded. Now, they were in the spell realm, and the spatial barrier of the spell realm was very strong, not much worse than the immortal realm. To open a spatial tunnel from the spell realm to the immortal realm, one had to at least have the cultivation of the heaven immortal realm. Normally speaking, he couldn't do that with his current cultivation. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda in his body gathered a vast and endless amount of power of faith. With this vast amount of power of faith as a weapon, it was barely possible to open a path to the immortal realm from here. At that moment, he found a hidden spot in the mountains and carved a large ceiling formation. Then he took out a pile of treasures and star stones and gave them to the white tiger. Use these to reach the eternal realm first. After some time, you can refine other treasures to reach the immortal realm. He said to the white tiger. Currently, he had a lot of natural treasures on him, enough for the white tiger to reach the true immortal realm. Immortal realm to reach the immortal realm first. Immortal realm. Therefore, he was prepared to let the white tiger reach immortal realm first, immortal realm first, and then completely stabilize to refine treasures to the immortal realm after immortal realm. Immortal. He and immortal. He immortal realm. Imamu he. Imamimamu. In Tianlin, S boom. On this day, a strong demonic aura surged in this place. Gusts of demonic wind swept in all directions. With the help of the many heavenly materials and earthly treasures given by Lin Tian, White Tiger reached the eternal realm in a month. This is the eternal realm. Under normal circumstances, I'm immortal. This feeling is really different. The White Tiger's eyes lit up. The eternal realm was a big watershed on the path of cultivation. Once one reached the eternal realm, he could live as long as heaven and earth. The White Tiger was a little excited to reach this level. It was not until dozens of breaths later that he calmed down. Now, shall we enter the immortal realm? Immortal, asked Lin Tiandao. Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. He left the place where the White Tiger broke into the eternal realm. He took the White Tiger and immortal Emperor Pagoda to a more spacious place. He asked them to back away and then directly called out the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Buzz! With his mind, the power of faith immediately surged out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was a vast expanse of white, as if it was the source of the world. After that, the power of faith grew denser and denser, and it almost drowned the entire space. Faith! The White Tiger was shocked. You're planning to use the power of faith to force the way to the immortal realm from here. It naturally knew that the pure white light surging out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was the power of faith. Over the years, it had taught with Tu Xianxian and had come into contact with this kind of power. So much power of faith. Immortal Emperor Pagoda was also surprised. He knew that this was the power of faith. When Lin Tian returned to the 10 directions, celestial domain, he mentioned this kind of power. Lin Tian nodded. After all, it's the efforts of the little fox and little Yitong for hundreds of years. As he spoke, more power of faith continuously surged out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into a sea of faith. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with light. With a thought, he compressed this vast power of faith to the extreme and then gathered it at the tip of his right fist. This process lasted for dozens of breaths. His fist emitted a resplendent, pure, white light. There was no terrifying pressure or shocking fluctuation. There was only an indescribable purity and a boundless vastness. He closed his eyes, and the laws of the immortal Tao surged out. He sensed the location of the immortal realm. After a while, he opened his eyes and directly punched towards the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky shook, and a huge spatial tunnel was directly broken open. An incomparably shocking immortal Tao fluctuation came from behind the spatial tunnel. It was at least dozens of times stronger than the immortal Tao aura in the spell realm. Ling Yin and the White Tiger felt this immortal Tao aura and were shocked. Is that the legendary immortal realm behind it? Lin Tian nodded and put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped the White Tiger and Ling Yin in golden divine light and directly stepped into the spatial tunnel in the sky. In an instant, he, Ling Yin, and the White Tiger disappeared from this spell realm. Then, in the next moment, the spatial tunnel in the sky directly closed. The two of them and the beast were drowned in endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, light gradually appeared in front of them. A powerful force blasted the two of them out. As far as the eye could see, they stepped out of the spatial tunnel. At this time, they were above a vast ocean. There were frightening waves rolling, and the air was astonishingly humid. At the same time, the fluctuation of celestial spiritual chi was also abnormally dense. Looking further, they could see numerous islands. Among them, there were numerous majestic celestial mountains. This is the immortal realm. The white tiger and Ling Yin looked around. Yes, Lin Tianandao, the aura in the air of the immortal realms, was very different from the other worlds. This wasn't the first time he came to the immortal realms. Although he hadn't been here since he entered the immortal realms, he could instantly confirm that this place was the immortal realms. Moreover, he had only used the boundless power of faith to shatter the spatial passageway after sensing the celestial realm. There were no accidents during this period, so the place they appeared after passing through the spatial passageway naturally couldn't be any other place. It could only be the celestial realm. This is the endless ocean of the immortal realm. He muttered to himself. When he first entered the immortal realm, he had read many ancient books. Not only did the immortal realm have countless large states, but it also had vast oceans and desert areas. At this time, they appeared in the immortal realm. Looking around, there was an endless ocean in all directions, and there were many huge islands. So, this should be the endless ocean of the immortal realm. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful divine power fluctuation came from an island not far away. There were astonishing laws of the immortal Tao intertwining. Lin Tian was immediately moved and looked at the island not far away. That is, at the edge of the island, more than 10 waves of divine power surged. He felt a trace of familiar aura among them. Ling Yin saw his strange expression and also looked at the island not far away. "What's wrong, kid? What did you feel?" Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with a bright light. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and crossed an endless distance, crossing over to the island. Ling Yin and the white tiger were curious and puzzled, and they immediately followed. The 2 people and 1 beast were very fast. With Lin Tian in the lead, they quickly arrived at the edge of the island. At the edge of the island, more than 10 men surrounded a young girl in the center. They were all at the peak of the true immortal realm. "Little girl, hand over that immortal herb obediently, and we can let you live. Otherwise, not only will the immortal herb fall into our hands in the end, you will also—" Ha! One of the shirtless men sneered, and a trace of lust flashed in his eyes. The other 12 men also had sinister smiles on their faces. At this time, they stared at the young girl with very naked eyes. The young girl was very beautiful. She wore a green dress and stood slender and elegant, holding a delicate sword in her hand. Her face was a little pale, and she had already suffered very serious injuries. There were many traces of blood on her body. She gritted her teeth and stared at the 13 men. "Don't even think about it." Lin Tian looked at the young girl in the green dress from afar. Although they had been separated for so many years, and the young girl had changed from a 13-year-old girl to a slender and elegant beauty, he still recognized her at a glance. This was Yeye Ningya, the direct descendant of the founder of the Purple Heaven Treasure sect that he had joined after entering the immortal region. Back then, in the Purple Heaven Treasure sect, he was troubled by a golden immortal elder. The other party injured him and even wanted to kill him. At that time, if it wasn't for Ningya's help, he and Wuxing Crocodile would have been in trouble. He still remembered how Ningya, who was only 13 years old at that time, defended him. Seeing that he was injured, her face was full of anger. For him, she even activated the sect protection killing array of the Purple Heaven Treasure sect, forcing the Golden Immortal Elder who attacked him and the other elders to apologize to him. Then, she stripped the Golden Immortal Elder who attacked him of a year's salary and stripped all the inner sect disciples who provoked him of 3 years' worth of cultivation resources. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't blame us in the future. The lustful light in the shirtless man's eyes became even more intense. A beautiful girl like you will definitely taste very good. After we get the immortal herb, we will take turns. When the time comes, little girl, you can also experience the feeling of flying into the clouds. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian made his move. A golden sword light slashed out. It was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it pierced through this person's forehead. Poof! Blood splattered. This person's body was instantly shattered by the sword light, and even his spirit body was annihilated. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of the other 12 men and the young girl in the green dress to change. Who? The 12 men were shocked and angry, and they all looked in the direction of the golden sword light. The young girl in the green dress also turned to look in the direction of the golden sword light, and then saw Lin Tian. At first, she was stunned, but then she revealed a look of surprise and joy. Brother Lin Tian. Chapter 1645. The young lady in green was indeed Ning Ye from back then. Now that several hundred years had passed, she had already grown up. Her appearance was beautiful and full of spirituality. Suddenly seeing Lin Tian in this place at this time, she was clearly surprised and pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian took a step forward and was in front of Ningya in an instant. Who are you, you brat? The other 12 men around them stared coldly at Lin Tian. One of them was killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian glanced at the 12 men coldly. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of sword light appeared and slashed at the 12 men. These people not only wanted to steal Ningya's things, but also wanted to humiliate her. Naturally, he would not show them any mercy. For a moment, the clanging sound of the sword resounded in all directions. It was extremely fast and landed in front of the 12 men in the blink of an eye. Poof! 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 Mists of blood burst out one after another. The 12 cultivators were only at the true immortal stage. Given that Lin Tian was at the gold immortal stage, the 12 of them were naturally incapable of fighting back. In just the blink of an eye, their bodies and souls were destroyed by the sword beams. So powerful. Beside him, Ningya looked at Lin Tian with shining eyes. She was very surprised. That was because the cultivation of the dozen men were all at the peak of a perfected immortal. But now Lin Tianji just waved his hand and destroyed the dozen men in body and soul. His combat strength was really tyrannical. However, her surprise only lasted for a moment. After all, hundreds of years ago, Lin Tian could already kill an early-stage perfected immortal. Now that hundreds of years had passed, it was normal that he could kill a dozen peak perfected immortals in an instant. It was also at this time that Lin Tian's gaze fell on Ning. You've grown up, yeah. You've become prettier, he said with a smile. What do you mean I've become prettier? I was very pretty before. Ning Ye corrected him. She was originally injured, but seeing Lin Tian at this time made her very happy. She directly forgot about her pain and said, But, Brother Lin Tian, it's really great that you're fine. When the great changes happened in Tai Ning ancient land, the entire Tai Ning prefecture was affected. Many people died. Ye has been very worried about you. Then she added, Oh right, where are sister and the others? Hundreds of years ago, Lin Tian and Shui, Wushin Crocodile, and little Taichu were together. At this time, she saw Lin Tian, but did not see in Shui, Wushin Crocodile, and little Taichu. Naturally, she could not help but feel puzzled. Don't worry, they're all fine. It's just that due to some special reasons, I got separated from them. Lin Tian felt a little warmth in his heart. This little girl had actually been worried about them all these years. As he said that, he raised his hand. Strands of golden divine light surged towards Ningya. quickly healing her injuries. At the same time, he asked Ningya, "Why are you here?" "Me. Didn't a great change happen in Taining ancient land?" The legendary extreme Yin Temple appeared. Most of the people in the entire Taining prefecture were swept in. I was also swept in at that time. Then, for some reason, I escaped safely. However, after I escaped, the place where I landed was no longer Taining prefecture, but this chaotic sea. As she said that, Ningya was a little depressed. "I've been here for more than 300 years. Lin Tian was a little moved. When extreme Yin Temple appeared, the entire Taining prefecture was affected. Ningya was also swept in. This really made him a little surprised. And as for why Ningya had inexplicably escaped and appeared in this chaotic sea region after being sucked in, he was well aware of this point. This was because Empyrean Divine Seal and several other ancient powerhouses had moved out some of the life forms that were sucked into extreme Yin Temple. And during the process of moving them out, it was impossible to guarantee that all life forms would return to their original positions. It was normal for there to be some deviations. "It's good that you're fine." He smiled. The golden divine light enveloped Ningyi. It contained the power of the sun's nirvana art. Very soon, Ningya's injuries were healed. The bloodstains on her clothes were also wiped away by his golden divine power. With two whooshing sounds at this moment, the white tiger and Lingyun flashed over. "Beautiful lady, it's fate that we met in this vast sea. We can swim in this sea hand in hand. It will definitely be a wonderful journey. Beautiful lady, do you believe in love at first sight? To tell you the truth, I fell in love with you at first sight. I wonder if you're free. Later, we can admire the moon together and talk about life's ideals." The tiger and the man looked at the beautiful Ningya, their eyes shining. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked them one by one, sending them flying. "Roar! Brat Lin, you bastard!" The howls of the white tiger and Ling Yun came from not far away. Ningya looked at the white tiger and Ling Yun, who were kicked flying. She was slightly embarrassed, and then seemed to have thought of something. "I have to quickly bring the Tao evolution grass back." After muttering to herself, an inch-tall strange grass, surrounded by purple light, appeared in her hand. She explained to Lin Tian, "I met a good friend in this chaotic sea area. He suffered a Tao injury because he saved me. It's said that the Tao evolution grass can heal Tao injuries. I came out to look for it and was very lucky to find it." Lin Tian was naturally able to discern that it was a Tao evolution herb, and it was indeed capable of healing injuries of the Tao. Moreover, it possessed some other extraordinary effects, so its value could be considered to be extraordinary. Because of this, he'd guessed that those 13 people from before wanted to seize this Tao evolution herb from Ningya, and he paused for a moment before he said, "Then quickly send this immortal Tao to that friend of yours." "Okay." Ningya nodded and said, "Brother Lin Tian will be with Yaya, right?" She looked at Lin Tian with a face full of expectation. "Of course." Lin Tian smiled and said, "After that, I'll go look for little Taichu and the others. You and I will go together. If your friend is willing, he can also come together." "Okay." Ningya was very happy. "Let's go and find your friend, Lin Tian on Tao." Immediately, he and Ningya left this place. Ningya led the way in front and crossed over to the northwest of the sea area. With two whooshing sounds, the white tiger and Ling Yun crossed over and followed behind the two of them. "This is the white tiger, this is Ling Yun." Lin Tian briefly introduced the white tiger and Ling Yun to Ningya. At the same time, he also introduced Ningya to the white tiger and Ling Yun. The 3 people and 1 beast were very fast. Soon, they crossed a very long distance. After that, Lin Tian, Ling Yun, and the white tiger saw groups of cultivators. There were humans and demon cultivators. Most of them were very strong. Many people turned back to the islands in the sea area. Some people rushed to the bottom of the sea area as if they were looking for something. There are really a lot of cultivators in this chaotic sea area. Ling Yun muttered. From Ning Ye's words, they already knew that this place was the chaotic sea area of the immortal realm. It was very vast and boundless. If a mystic immortal expert wanted to fly out of this area, it would take at least 100 years. Ning Ye explained, "This area of the disordered ocean is very suitable for training. Originally, there were many cultivators living here. A few days ago, an emperor divine herb was discovered in this area of the disordered ocean. Therefore, more cultivators gathered here. Even a few young supremes on the ranking of 100 immortals came here to find that emperor divine herb." Then she continued, "Also, some experts of the Water God Palace came here. The original site of the Water God Palace was in this chaotic sea area. Some of the experts of this lineage seem to have discovered something. They sensed that the strongest water god of their lineage had not completely fallen. They wanted to find the water god statue in the original site of the Water God Palace in this chaotic sea area and use it to find the reincarnation of the water god. So, the number of cultivators gathered in this chaotic sea area is unprecedentedly high. Emperor God Herb, ranking of 100 immortals, Water God Palace." Ling Yin was dumbfounded. "What are they?" The white tiger was also puzzled. Obviously, they didn't know about the Emperor God Herb, the ranking of 100 immortals, and the Water God Palace that Ning Ye mentioned. Lin Tian's expression changed, and wisps of light appeared in his eyes. When he first came to the immortal realm, he had read many ancient books and knew a little about the Emperor God Herb, the ranking of 100 immortals, and the Water God Palace. The Emperor God Herb was rare in the world. Like an immortal spirit body, it was blessed by the Tao of heaven and earth and contained boundless Tao energy. According to reliable legends, any cultivator who refined an Emperor God Herb would be able to ascend to the God Emperor realm in the future. The ranking of 100 immortals gathered a total of 100 young supremes from the immortal realm and other worlds of the same level with the immortal realm as the center. They were all under 1,000 years old, and the weakest of them was at the heaven immortal realm. Every one of them had the ability to cross a small realm and kill enemies. The Water God Palace was one of the oldest forces in the immortal realm. Since ancient times, they only accepted female disciples. The founder of the palace was called the Water God and had unparalleled ability to control water. In the past, he dominated the immortal realm and was feared by everyone. However, since the Water God's accidental death in the Desolate Age, the Water God Palace gradually declined. Although it could be considered a very strong inheritance in the immortal realm now, it was far too weak compared to the immortal realm in the past. It could only be considered a third-level force in the immortal realm. He briefly explained the three to Ling Yun and the White Tiger. At that moment, Ling Yun and the White Tiger couldn't help but widen their eyes. The man and the tiger didn't care much about the Water God Palace and the ranking of 100 immortals, but the Emperor God Herb shocked them. Anyone who finds and refines it will be able to ascend to the God Emperor realm in the future? There's a 100% chance of reaching the God Emperor realm. Ling Yin swallowed his saliva. It said so. Lin Tian nodded. This, Ling Yin was even more shocked, and his eyes lit up. At the same time, the White Tiger's eyes also lit up. As long as one could find and refine the Emperor God Herb, they would be able to ascend to the God Emperor realm in the future with 100% certainty. This value was simply too exaggerated and could be said to be world-shaking. This time, we entered the immortal realm and happened to fall into the chaotic sea region where the Emperor God Herb appeared. This is simply heaven's will. The White Tiger clenched his paws and said to Lin Tiandao, "Kid, I've decided. We must find this Emperor God Herb and get it." Agreed. Ling Yun agreed. Lin Tian didn't say anything. If it was possible, he naturally wanted to find the Emperor God Herb and get it in his hands. But in fact, how could it be easy to find the Emperor God Herb? P.S. Well, I'm sorry, everyone. The delay today exceeded my expectations. I only finished it at 6 o'clock. Then, I only finished the first chapter at this time. As for the second chapter, I probably won't be able to finish it today. I owe you here, and will make up for it at the end of the month. Also, I'll make a request in advance. On the 9th and 10th of this month, I'll have to rush to Beijing. It'll be a long journey on the way, so I can only update one chapter a day for these 2 days. I hope everyone will forgive me. Of course. Everyone knows that I'll make up for every chapter 10. The 2 chapters one missed these 2 days and the 1 chapter one missed today will all be made up by the end of the month. Chapter 1646. Lin Tian didn't think too much about the divine Emperor Herb. He followed Ningye and headed in the designated direction. After about half an hour, the group arrived at another island in the sea. This island was much smaller than the other islands in the chaotic sea. The group entered and boarded the island. Under Ningye's lead, they quickly arrived at a canyon on the island. The canyon was well hidden, and some aura-concealing spells were set up. Lin Tian and the others entered and quickly arrived at a cave in the canyon. "Sister Yao, I'm back!" Ningye shouted into the cave and led Lin Tian and the others into the cave. The cave wasn't small. A woman in blue came out to welcome them. Her delicate face was slightly pale, and her footsteps were even a little weak. When she saw Ningye return, she immediately smiled. Then, when she saw Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and the white tiger, she revealed a puzzled expression. "Yeah, who are they?" "They're all my friends." Ningye briefly introduced Lin Tian and the others to the woman in blue. At the same time, she introduced the woman in blue to Lin Tian and the others. "Hello." The woman in blue was called Hai Jingyao. She politely greeted Lin Tian and the others. "Hello," Lin Tian replied. "Sister Yao, I found a stalk of Dao play grass. It will heal your injuries soon. Don't worry," Ningye said at this time. She supported Hai Jingyao into the depths of the cave and used the Dao play grass to heal Hai Jingyao. The Dao play grass intertwined with traces of purple light. It had an extraordinary effect on healing Dao injuries. It quickly healed Hai Jingyao's Dao injuries. However, her face was still very pale, and her weak aura was difficult to recover. What's going on? Her Dao injuries are clearly healed. Why can't her essence, qi, and spirit recover? Ningye was surprised. Lin Tian stood at the side and scanned with his divine sense. In addition to her Dao injuries, her origin is also injured. The origin source was very important to any cultivator. If the origin source was damaged, it would take a very long time to repair it. As he spoke, he raised his hand and activated the sun's nirvana art. A blood-red flame appeared and entered Hai Jingyao's body. Soon, Hai Jingyao's face turned rosy and her weak aura began to gradually recover. After several dozen breaths of time, he stopped using the Nirvana Sun art. Hai Jingyao's origin was completely restored. Hai Jingyao revealed a shocked expression. She was naturally clearly aware that her quintessence had been injured, and she knew that it would take at least a year for her to fully recover. Yet now, Lin Tian had healed the injury to her quintessence in merely a few dozen breaths of time. Such ability truly shocked her. "Thank you." At the same time, she bowed slightly to Lin Tianwei to express her gratitude. "You're welcome." Lin Tiandao. This woman was Ningye's friend, and she was injured in order to save Ningye. So he naturally had to help. This kind of thing was really nothing to him. After all, the sun's nirvana art was a healing saint art. It was as easy as lifting his hand to heal the woman's origin source with the sun's nirvana art. Hai Jingyao's injuries were completely healed. He looked outside the canyon and asked Ningye, "Yeah, do you have anything else to do in this sea region? If not, we'll leave this sea region." As he spoke, he looked at Hai Jingyao and said, "Miss Hai, what about you? Do you want to stay in this disordered sea region or leave with us?" Before leaving the 10 Directions Heaven domain, he had asked Dianya to calculate the whereabouts of the Wuxing crocodile, Little Taichu, and in Shui. Using the Wuxing crocodile as the target, he found out that the Wuxing crocodile was in the Liao Wang province of the Immortal Realm. He had also memorized the coordinates. Now that he had entered the Immortal Realm, He was going to Liaowang province to look for the Wuxing crocodile, little Taichuan and Shui. Since Yanya had calculated that the Wuxing crocodile was in Liaowang province, then the little Taichu and Shui should also be in Liaowang province. After all, the three of them were together when he was separated by accident. After that, they would not be separated at will. Leave this disordered sea region. Do you have a way to directly leave this disordered sea region? Ningye and Hai Jingyao were both shocked. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The immortal realm's hollow was extremely firm, and the disordered sea region was very vast. Only experts at the celestial immortal realm and above could break the space tunnel and move a long distance in a short time. Those below the celestial immortal realm, even if they were half-step celestial immortals, would need to fly for at least 100 years to leave the disordered sea region. His current cultivation was at the level of a golden immortal, which was still far from the celestial immortal realm. Relying on his own strength, he couldn't open up a space passageway. However, there was still a lot of power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. With this amount of power of faith, even though he was only at the golden immortal realm, it was enough to break open a space passageway. Then he could leave the chaotic sea area in an instant and enter the Liaowang province according to the coordinates he knew. Hearing Lin Tian's affirmative answer, Ningye and Hai Jingyao were still surprised, but they did not doubt him. Ye is fine. I can leave at any time, Ningye said. Then she looked at Hai Jingyao beside her and asked, Sister Yao, what about you? We have been together all these years. Will you continue to be with Ye? Hai Jingyao looked at the vast sea region, then looked at Ningye and said, Yes. Ningye was very happy. She looked at Lin Tian and said, Brother Lin Tian, Sister Yao will continue to be with Ye. Let's leave together. Okay. Lin Tian nodded and said, All of you stand behind me. I will open the space tunnel. Boom! Suddenly, the entire sea region trembled, interrupting him. As far as the eye could see, at a place far away from this place, a 7-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky. It was dazzling and contained an extremely shocking aura of Tao. It was ancient and vast. Lin Tian was shocked. That is. He was too familiar with this 7-colored light. It was exactly the same as the light emitted by the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, as this 7-colored pillar of light shot up, the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook. At the same time, Ling Yin, the white tiger, Ningye, and Hai Jingyao were also shocked. What a terrifying Tao power! Over there, could it be that some amazing divine item has been born? It must be. Ningye, Hai Jingyao, and the white tiger all looked at the place where the 7-colored pillar of light shot up. Ling Yin was even more shocked. He turned to Lin Tian and said, Boy, that is. It was the first time Ningye, Hai Jingyao, and the white tiger had seen this kind of 7-colored divine light. However, he had seen it when he was in the 10 directions heavenly domain. At that time, it was a fist-sized light source that emitted this kind of 7-colored light. Then, that light source was taken away by Lin Tian. At that time, he knew that it was very important to Lin Tian. At this time, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the same 7-colored divine light that was emitted by that light source in the disordered sea region. Lin Tian looked in that direction. His eyes were intertwined with wisps of light. Sword soul fragment. He muttered to himself. Such a scene, such an aura, it could not be wrong. There was a sword soul fragment in this disordered sea region. It was at the place where the 7-colored divine light shot up. He took a deep breath and said, I won't leave this sea region for the time being. I have to go there to find something. His eyes were filled with light as he looked at the place where the 7-colored light shot up. Of course, there must be a precious divine item in that place for such a strange phenomenon to occur. Since we've seen it, we must get it. The white tiger roared. Ningye and the others naturally did not have any objections. They all nodded. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, 4 people and 1 beast, with him in the lead, flew into the air and headed toward the place where the 7-colored light pillar shot up. As the 4 of them and the beast headed towards that place, the sound of something tearing through the air reverberated all around them. Groups of cultivators were like them, heading towards that place as well. Everyone's eyes were intertwined with excitement and excitement. The 7-colored brilliance is unparalleled in the world. It's definitely a divine treasure among divine treasures. Many people were whispering and clenching their fists. The 7-colored light pillar shot up from the disordered sea region and disappeared in about a few breaths' time. However, it still attracted the attention of countless experts in the disordered sea region. When the 7-colored light pillar shot up, the aura of Tao intertwined with it was too shocking. Moreover, it was also surrounded by an extremely rich aura of immortal spirit. Many experts could not help but be moved. For a time, in this sea region, experts began to move one after another. They all headed toward the place where the 7-colored divine light shot up. Lin Tianyi stared at the place where the 7-colored divine light shot up without blinking. He could not help but speed up a little. Soon, more than 15 minutes passed. More than 15 minutes later, Lin Tianyi and the others finally arrived at the place where the 7-colored light pillar shot up. As far as the eye could see, there were waves that swept up hundreds of feet high. The waves were turbulent. One by one, the cultivators rushed here and plunged into the sea from here. Plop, plop, plop sounds could be heard. Let's go down too. Lin Tiandao. The 4 people and 1 beast each enveloped themselves in divine light and plunged into the sea together. The divine light isolated the seawater. The 4 people and 1 beast, like the other cultivators who plunged into the sea, went all the way to the bottom of the sea. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to a place more than 1,000 feet deep. Then time passed. When another hour passed, a glimmer of light was produced from the bottom of the sea. It was a layer of dark, gray, transparent light film. Many cultivators made a move and merged into the transparent light film. Then they disappeared in an instant. That's a barrier. There's actually a barrier under the sea. Moreover, it seems to be formed naturally. Those cultivators went to the other side of the barrier. Could there be another space on the other side? The 7-colored light from before came from behind the barrier? Ling Yin and the others were moved. Chapter 1647. Lin Tian looked at the light barrier at the bottom of the sea, his eyes gleaming. He was sure that there was a fragment of the sword soul behind the barrier. Let's go. He called out to Ling Yun and the others and continued to descend. They came to the light barrier and stepped into it. The space shook slightly, and their vision became dark for a moment. Then, in the next moment, a new light appeared. They had really passed through the light barrier and stepped on solid ground. Looking around, this space was bright. Celestial mountains were connected to each other. It was a huge spirit realm. I didn't expect there to be such a huge spirit realm under the sea. Ning Yea was surprised. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The moment he entered this space, his golden, immortal divine thought spread out, searching for the same aura as the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, the 7-colored divine sword vibrated. There were strands of 7-colored light spreading out from his sea of consciousness, pointing to the north of this vast spirit realm. Follow, he said to Ling Yun and the others, and immediately headed to the north of this spirit realm. He was 100% sure that the 7-colored light pillar was born from the sword soul fragment. At this time, the 7-colored light pillar in his sea of consciousness was radiating to the north. It was enough to say that the sword soul fragment was in that direction. Ling Yun and the others did not hesitate, and they all followed him to the north. In the blink of an eye, the group strode far away, crossing several mountains in a row. At this moment, a strange fragrance came from not far away. It was mixed with extraordinary immortal spiritual qi, and the group was moved. Let's go and have a look. The white tiger's eyes lit up. It's definitely an immortal treasure. At this time, just by smelling this strange fragrance, the pores all over its body opened up. Lin Tian nodded, and the 4 people and 1 beast headed in the direction of the strange fragrance. He was sure that there was a sword soul fragment in this spirit realm, but he was not in a hurry to get it immediately because only he who controlled the divine sword could get the sword soul fragment. Even if others saw it, it would be useless and impossible to take it away. Moreover, the place where the exotic fragrance came from was not too far away from the direction of the sword soul fragment. At this time, it would not affect him at all if he delayed for a short while to get the thing that gave off the exotic fragrance. Very quickly, the 4 people and 1 beast covered a distance of 10,000 feet. In front of them, beside a huge tree, grew 6 3-inch tall strange flowers. 2 different colors interweaved, and the immortal spiritual chi was extremely shocking. A strong fragrance directly assaulted their nostrils. Empty sea orchid. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The Void Cliff Orchid was an extraordinary divine plant that could allow peak true immortals to quickly step into the golden immortal realm after refining it. At the same time, Ningya and the others were moved. Obviously, they recognized the Void Cliff Orchid. Lin Tian's hand interweaved with strands of golden light. He grabbed all 6 Void Cliff Orchids in his hand and gave one to Ningya and Hai Jingyao. Both of them were peak true immortals. Refining 1 Void Cliff Orchid would allow them to directly step into the golden immortal realm. As for the remaining 4 stalks, he threw them all to White Tiger. These things were useless to him and Ling Yin because both of them were already at the golden celestial stage. Thank you, Brother Lin Tian. Ningya said happily. You don't have to be so polite with me. Lin Tianyi smiled and said to Hai Jingyao, who was about to thank him, You don't have to be so polite. You are Yea's friend, so you are my friend. Yes, you don't have to be so polite. Just refine it happily. The White Tiger laughed. It would not be polite to Lin Tian at all. Lin Tian glanced at it and then looked towards the north. He called out to the group and continued to rush there. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A large sword light slashed from afar. The sword light was extremely fast and powerful. Lin Tian tilted his head and waved his hand. He also swept out a large sword light and shattered all the sword light that slashed towards him. Not bad reaction. A few figures stepped out from the direction where the sword light slashed. The leader was a man in a luxurious robe who was about 20 years old. His cultivation was at the half-step golden immortal realm. Behind him were 7 other young men who were all in the golden immortal realm. Lin Tian looked coldly at the few people who walked out. Naturally, he could tell that these people wanted to seize the Void Cliff Orchid. I originally planned to reach the golden immortal realm when I came out this time. I didn't expect to find a few Void Cliff Orchids by following the 7-colored light pillar. This is the will of heaven. Among the young men, the man in a luxurious robe said to himself. He then looked at Lin Tianyi and the others. You guys hand over my Void Cliff Orchid obediently, and I'll let you die a quick death. This person spoke very casually with a high and mighty attitude, as if he was an emperor who ruled over the immortal realm. Kid, you're very arrogant. Ling Yun sneered. He knew that the sword light that slashed at them was the work of the young man in a luxurious robe. He was already very unhappy. What the other party said at this time made him even more unhappy. They were the ones who found the Void Cliff Orchid, and Lin Tian gave it to Ningya, Hai Jingyao, and the White Tiger after obtaining it. However, the young man in a luxurious robe said to hand over my Void Cliff Orchid obediently. It was obvious that he treated the Void Cliff Orchid as his own. Moreover, the meaning of his words was that even if they handed over the Void Cliff Orchid, the other party would still kill them. The young man in a luxurious robe looked at Ling Yin and was obviously very dissatisfied with Ling Yin's attitude. He coldly ordered one of the 7 people behind him, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 7 young men behind him immediately stepped out. He was at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. He walked toward Ling Yun with a cold expression and then directly raised his hand to grab the top of Ling Yun's head. Divine light intertwined between his 5 fingers. It was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful divine ability. Lin Tian looked at this person. Before Ling Yun made a move, he directly slashed out a golden towering heaven sword force. The astral sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced through the forehead of the man who had attacked. As he stared in shock, his body was instantly shattered, and even his soul was buried under the sword. So strong. Ning Ye and Hai Jingyao were both shocked. A golden immortal expert was actually destroyed in body and soul by Lin Tian's sword. At the same time, the young man in a luxurious robe and the others were also shocked. Obviously, they were all shocked by the combat strength that Lin Tian had displayed. Then, very quickly, the young man in a luxurious robe's face turned cold. He stared at Lin Tian cruelly and said, "You dare to kill a member of the Mu family of the Yin King Prefecture?" Hearing this, the White Tiger and Ling Yun did not have any reaction because they were not clear about the forces in the immortal realm. However, Ning Ye and Hai Jingyao were both shocked. They were both born in the immortal realm and naturally knew about the Mu family of the Yin King Prefecture. The Yin King Prefecture was one of the 49 king prefectures in the immortal realm. The Mu family was the first family in the Yin King Prefecture and ruled over the Yin King Prefecture. In the entire immortal realm, it was also a second-level force. The number of experts in the clan was frightening. Lin Tian had been to the immortal realm once and also knew about the Mu family of the Yin King Prefecture. However, at this time his expression did not change at all. He looked at the young man in a luxurious robe with a calm and indifferent expression. In the next moment, he directly attacked. The golden divine power vibrated and transformed into a giant golden handprint. It was extremely fast and had a powerful aura. Before the other 6 golden immortals behind the young man in a luxurious robe could react, the handprint grabbed the young man in a luxurious robe and pulled him in front of himself. The young man in a luxurious robe was immediately shocked. The 6 golden immortals also changed their expressions. "Let go of the second young master." The 6 of them shouted angrily. The young man in a luxurious robe was pulled in front of Lin Tian. At this time he could not move. There was a look of shock on his face, but more than that there was ruthlessness. He said coldly to Lin Tian, "My Mu family dominates all places. My eldest brother is ranked in the ranking of 100 immortals. How dare you attack me like this? This is simply, ah." The young man in a luxurious robe's cold words turned into a shrill scream in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The giant golden handprint that grabbed the young man in a luxurious robe shook and directly shattered the young man's body. Only the young man's spirit was preserved. It was protected by a divine seal-light talisman and did not shatter. The aura of a celestial immortal. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Someone had left a celestial immortal-level divine seal in the young man's body to protect his spirit. This divine seal was very powerful. Even an ordinary Xian immortal would not be able to break it. However, he did not care. The power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda surged out and turned into a sharp blade of faith in the blink of an eye. With a crack, the divine seal was shattered. Then, with another shrill scream, the divine soul of the young man in a luxurious robe was directly smashed into pieces. He could tell that this young man in luxurious robes was a direct descendant of the Mu clan. He was also well aware of how powerful the Mu clan was. However, this did not cause him to feel any fear. Since the other party wanted to seize the treasure he had found and wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to hesitate. He would directly kill the other party, regardless of how powerful the other party's clan was. Kill him directly, Ningye and Hai Jingyao trembled. The young man in a luxurious robe looked like a direct young master of the Mu family, the number 1 family in Qingyin State. Lin Tian did not hesitate to kill him. Damn it! The 6 golden immortals who followed the young man in a luxurious robe were extremely shocked and angry at this moment. They never thought that Lin Tian would kill the young man in a luxurious robe so directly. They were also members of the Mu family, but they did not have any status in the Mu family. They followed the young man in a luxurious robe to this place and were only his guards. Now the young man in a luxurious robe was killed in front of them. They were not in a good position to protect him, so they could not avoid the responsibility. The first young master left a divine seal in the second young master's body. The second young master has been killed. The first young master must have known by now. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Kill him. No, don't kill him for now. The first young master is also in this chaotic sea. Suppress him and bring him to the first young master. The 6 young men were furious. One of them was at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, while the others were at the middle stage. At this time, their faces were full of killing intent. Then they all moved and suppressed Lin Tian together. Chapter 1648. The 6 young golden immortals attacked together, each with a mighty divine power of the golden immortal realm. They came at Lin Tian from 6 different directions. The fact that the second young master of their clan was killed right in front of their eyes caused the 6 young men to be extremely shocked and furious. Boom! For a moment, the aura of a golden immortal surged and was extremely powerful. Such an aura made Ningyaya, Hai Jingyao, and the white tiger tremble involuntarily. Even Ling Yin, who had reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm, became serious. After all, there were 6 golden immortals attacking together, and 5 of them were at the middle stage of the golden immortal realm. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He faced the 6 young men and stood still. The 5 heaven-shaking thunder skill was activated. Immediately, silver electric arcs flashed around his body. Then, the space here could not help but tremble slightly. Boom! Thunder rolled. In the next moment, a large number of silver lightning bolts fell from the sky, as if a heavenly tribulation was striking down. Ah! There was a scream. The early stage of the golden immortal realm was instantly shattered by a silver lightning bolt. Even his divine soul was annihilated. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the other 5 young men. Dense silver lightning bolts struck down on the 5 of them. Puff! 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 Blood mist surged. Immediately, 3 of them were smashed into pieces. Only their divine souls were barely preserved. The 3 of them quickly reformed their physical bodies with their divine souls. They stared at Lin Tian in shock, fear, and anger. The 6 of them attacked together, but one of them was killed so easily. Moreover, the 3 of them were at the middle stage of the golden immortal realm. At this time, cracks appeared on their divine souls. Such combat strength made them tremble involuntarily. Lin Tian did not say anything. He made a seal with one hand. An even more terrible thunderbolt struck down, instantly interrupting the reconstruction of the 3 men's physical bodies. Then, in the 3 screams, the 3 men's divine souls were directly smashed into pieces and disappeared from the world. This is so strong. Ningyaya and Hai Jingyao were shocked. 3 experts of the intermediate golden immortal stage were killed so easily. They could feel that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the early golden immortal stage. It was really scary that an early golden immortal stage person could have such a terrifying battle strength. Brat, you're as freakish as ever. Ling Yin gritted his teeth. He wasn't that surprised, because he knew very well how monstrous Lin Tian was. He had the most powerful reincarnation king physique, and he had been baptized by heavenly tribulations time and time again. It was all too normal for him to be able to kill enemies a few levels higher than him. The white tiger was not surprised because he had seen Lin Tian instantly kill a mid-stage gold immortal when he was in the spell realm. At this moment, only 2 of the youths who had followed the luxurious-robed young man were left. When they saw Lin Tian kill another 4 people in a row, The shock and fury on their faces immediately turned into horror. They stopped attacking Lin Tian together. Then, with two air-piercing sounds, the two of them chose to escape. Lin Tian killed 4 of them, so easily. 3 of them were at the mid-stage Gold Immortal stage, the same cultivation as them. They could see that they were no match for Lin Tian. If they continued to stay and attack Lin Tian, they would undoubtedly die. Just you wait. Young Master will come and kill you soon. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them escaped far away from this place. Lin Tian looked at the 2 of them and waved his hand. 2 bolts of lightning flew over and arrived in front of the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. The 2 bolts of lightning seemed simple, but it was actually a killing ability of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder art. It contained terrifying killing power. Ah! Screams rang out and blood mist splattered. The 2 of them were directly blasted apart, and even their souls were shattered. In the blink of an eye, this place quieted down. Hai Jingyao couldn't help but tremble again. In the blink of an eye, he killed so many powerful golden immortals. This kind of battle strength was too terrifying. Kid, this looks like you've gotten into big trouble, Ling Yun said at this time. He already knew the strength of the Mu family of Yin King State just now, and he also saw that the young man in the luxurious robe had an extraordinary status in the Mu family. Now, Lin Tiansha killed the young man in the luxurious robe and several other experts of the Mu family who followed the young man in the luxurious robe. Without thinking, he knew that the Mu family would definitely be exposed later, and they would definitely be attacked. However, although he said so at this time, he was not worried or afraid at all. After all, when he was in the 10 Directions heavenly domain, he and Lin Tianyi had provoked many powerful and terrifying inheritances at that time. They would not be afraid of these powerful forces that might threaten them at all. The trouble came to me himself. There's no other way. Lin Tiandao's expression was one of complete indifference. He was a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. If others didn't provoke him, he would never provoke others for no reason. If others provoked him for no reason, he would definitely not be polite. Even if the other party was the King of Heaven, he would still attack with a knife. After saying that, he looked at the north of this huge spiritual domain again and called a group of people to go in that direction. In another place in this huge spiritual domain, a black-robed man stood on a dark mountain. The ground around him was covered in blood, and the corpses of terrifying, fierce beasts fell to the ground one after another. In front of him, a blurry image appeared in the air. It was the scene of Lin Tiansha killing the young man in the luxurious robe. Bone-piercing killing intent instantly intertwined in all directions, bringing with it a pressing chill that shattered the surrounding void inch by inch. Lin Tian and the others left the place they were just at and walked all the way to the north of the spiritual domain. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away. In this spiritual domain, immortal mountains were connected to each other, and the immortal spiritual energy intertwined in the air was very dense. As they walked all the way to the north, they quickly crossed over dozens of immortal mountains. Soon, they appeared in a chain of mountain ranges. In this mountain range, the immortal spirit chi was very rich, but the plants were very sparse. Many places were empty, and the air was a little cold. Even some powerful gold immortals could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. What a strange place! The immortal spiritual energy in the air is at least 10 times denser than outside, but there are so few plants and the air is so cold. It's hard to understand. At this time, in addition to Lin Tian and the others, there were many other cultivators in this chain of mountain ranges. Some of them were whispering softly. Lin Tianyi and the others walked together, walking through this mountain range, still heading north. Don't say this mountain range is really a little strange. It's too cold. It's like walking in the underworld. The white tiger muttered. It is a little strange. Ning Ye said. Lin Tian did not say anything. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out in all directions, and then went underground. After a while, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Seeing his strange behavior, Ling Yun asked, "What did you find?" "In the deepest part of the ground, there is a very large extreme in cold vein," he said. "Extreme in cold vein? What's that?" "All kinds of cold, een and moisture in heaven and earth gathered together to form a kind of een cold vein after countless years. It is similar to the gathering of spiritual energy to form a spirit vein, but it is countless times more difficult than the gathering of spiritual energy to form a spirit vein. Because of this, after they gather to form een cold vein, the cold inside is very terrifying. Even a half-step immortal king would find it difficult to block it." Lin Tian explained. Even a half-step immortal king expert would find it difficult to block it. "So scary." Ling Yin and the others were shocked. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes. Then the reason why the air in this mountain range is so cold is because of the extreme een cold vein deep underground?" Hai Jingyao asked. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. White Tiger swallowed his saliva and looked underground. He asked Lin Tiandao, "That extreme een cold vein won't suddenly explode, right?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, even a half-step immortal king expert might not be able to block the cold energy contained in the extreme een cold vein under this mountain range. They were now walking in this mountain range. If that extreme een cold vein suddenly exploded, then they would be in trouble. All of them would die here. Without a strong external force, it won't explode. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Even if it explodes, it doesn't matter." He cultivated a peerless divine art like the dragon burial scripture, which could control the power of heaven and earth. Now, with his cultivation at the golden immortal realm, even if the extreme een cold vein suddenly exploded and the endless destructive cold energy rushed to the surface, he could completely use the dragon burial scripture to guide and isolate this cold energy. There was no need to worry at all. "Let's go." As he spoke, he called out to White Tiger and the others and continued to head north. However, in the next moment, when he walked 7 steps away, he suddenly stopped. Along with him, Ling Yin and the others also stopped and involuntarily trembled. At this time, a wave of oppressive cold energy and ruthless killing intent suddenly appeared in this mountain range, causing the space around them to be directly sealed. Looking towards the source of this cold energy, not far from them, a black-robed man was walking towards them step by step. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and spread in all directions like a spider web. Moreover, the solid void was also distorted inch by inch. Lin Tian looked at this person with a glimmer of light in his eyes. The aura of this person was very similar to the aura of the young man in the luxurious robe he had killed before. That is, Mu Zhanyan. The number 1 person of the younger generation of the Mu family in Een King State, an early-stage fairy immortal, a young supreme master ranked 93rd on the ranking of 100 immortals. He also came to this disordered sea area. In this mountain range, when some of the practitioners saw the black-robed man, they were all shocked and their eyes were filled with awe and fear. This voice was naturally heard by Ling Yun and the others, and their expressions froze. In an instant, they guessed that this black-robed man, named Mu Zhanyan, was the elder brother of the young man in the luxurious robe who had killed Lin Tiansha before. They also guessed why he came. He must have known that Lin Tiansha had killed the young man in the luxurious robe, so he came here to kill Lin Tian. Chapter 1649. Lin Tian's expression did not change after hearing Ling Yan's words. He could clearly feel the power of the man in black, Mu Zhanyan, but he did not care. His expression was still calm. "You guys back off a little," he said to Ling Yun and the rest. Almost at the same time, Mu Zhanyan made his move. His divine immortal aura intertwined. He raised his hand and a divine light palm print slammed down on Lin Tian. "Pay with your life for my little brother." Mu Zhanyan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Mu Zhanyan's divine light palm pressed down on Lin Tian's head, enveloping Ling Yin and the others as well. Such words and such a scene caused everyone in the mountain range to change their expressions. This die with him? Did that person kill Mu Zhanyan's brother? Killed the second young master of the Mu family? No way. So bold. Many people looked at Lin Tian with shock. This person dared to kill Mu Zhanyan's brother, the second young master of the Mu family? Did he eat a god's guts? At the same time, when they saw Mu Zhanyan's divine light palm print land on Lin Tian's head, some people shook their heads. He's dead. Of all people to provoke, he chose to provoke the Mu family. He's courting death. With a rumble, Mu Zhanyan's divine light palm print pressed down, and the surrounding space was completely sealed by this palm. This was an attack from a divine immortal realm master. The divine power fluctuation was frightening, and the killing intent made everyone's heart palpitate. Lin Tian faced the divine light palm print, but his expression did not change at all. He was still very calm. Boom! In front of him, a beam of dark light shot up from the ground, bringing with it a bone-chilling aura. It directly collided with Mu Zhanyan's giant palm print of divine light. With a whoosh, the palm print of divine light was penetrated and shattered, turning into fragments of light that filled the sky and dissipated. Instantly, all the cultivators in this place changed their expressions. How is this possible? That Mu Zhanyan's attack was actually blocked. The cultivators were shocked. Ning Yaya and Hai Jingyao were also shocked. At this moment, their faces were filled with disbelief. Mu Zhanyan was a celestial immortal, a young supreme being on the list of 100 immortals. But now, the divine light handprint cast by such a powerful man was easily penetrated and shattered by Lin Tian, an early-stage gold immortal. This was too shocking. The White Tiger and Ling Yin were naturally shocked as well. Both of them widened their eyes. Then, Ling Yan's expression changed. Brat, could it be that you're using the dragon burial scripture to... At this time, he suddenly thought of the reason why Lin Tian was able to easily pierce through and shatter Mu Zhanyan's divine light handprint with the cultivation base of a gold immortal. He must have used the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the power of the extremely cold meridian under the mountain range. Lin Tian naturally knew what Ling Yun was thinking. He nodded lightly and said, "You guys back away from here." Mu Zhanyan's divine light handprint pressed down. He had indeed used the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the power of the extremely cold meridian under the mountain range to shatter it. At this time, facing Mu Zhanyan, a celestial immortal, in this place, although his cultivation base was only at the golden immortal realm, which was 2 whole realms lower than his opponent, he was not afraid of his opponent at all when he could mobilize the power of the extremely cold meridian under the dragon burial scripture. After all, the power of the extremely cold meridian was difficult to resist even for a half-step immortal king expert. Boom! The aura of a celestial immortal surged. Mu Zhanyan, who was dressed in black, stared at Lin Tian with a strange light in his eyes. Then it quickly became cold and oppressive again. With a bone-piercing killing intent, he took a step forward. With every step, the void became a battlefield. Numerous blades of divine energy condensed and slashed towards Lin Tian from different directions. The sword blades were extremely terrifying. Additionally, they covered a very wide area, slicing apart the surrounding space and shattering the lands. Some of the cultivators who just so happened to be in the vicinity were instantly struck by the sword blades. Instantly, over 10 cultivators were shattered by the sword blades. Even their souls were obliterated. Due to that, the other cultivators were so terrified that they hastily retreated into the distance. This son of a B*TCH is really cruel and ruthless. He even killed the other cultivators in the vicinity. White Tiger ground its teeth, and at the same time, it couldn't help but tremble, because the sword blade that Mu Zhanyan brought out at this time was really terrifying. Now that it was only in the eternal realm, It felt like its body was about to shatter just by looking at those sword blades. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His right leg shook slightly, and a large number of dragon patterns swayed into the ground. Directly from the extremely cold meridian underground, a large amount of cold light was drawn out and turned into destructive cold swords, slashing towards the blades of Mu Zhanyan. Immediately, crisp cracking sounds were heard. Mu Zhanyan's blades of killing were shattered by the power of the extremely cold meridian. At the same time, the divine energy in his body moved, and a soft, golden divine light gushed out. With this golden divine power, Ling Yin and the others were directly transported tens of thousands of feet away. With the cultivation of an early-stage golden immortal, he defeated a celestial immortal expert. Moreover, he is a young paragon on the ranking of 100 immortals. This guy, the white tiger, stared at him. How did he do it? Ning Yeye and Hai Jingyao were also shocked. This scene was too shocking and unbelievable. Only Ling Yin was relatively calm. He explained he is using a special method. What special method? Ning Yeye asked. He is mobilizing the power of the extremely cold meridian under this mountain to fight. Ling Yin said. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yeye and the others were even more shocked. Didn't he just say that the energy of the extremely cold meridian can't be blocked by an ordinary half-step immortal king? But now he is able to mobilize and control this energy with his golden immortal cultivation? How is this possible? Hai Jingyao was shocked. The white tiger was also shocked, but soon its eyes flickered. Oh right, I remember. That kid used to say that he has a special technique that can control the momentum of heaven and earth. In some special places, he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth for his own use. Now he is using that special technique. Yes, Ling Yin said, looking straight at the place tens of thousands of feet away. In that place, divine power vibrated and cold air intertwined. The dragon pattern under Lin Tian's feet spread, mobilizing the power of the extremely cold meridian and shattering all the blades that Mu Zhanyan slashed at him. His expression was still very calm. Your brother not only wants to take our treasures of heaven and earth, but also wants to kill us. Even if we hand over the treasures he wants, he still wants to kill us. He totally deserves to die. Now you can leave by yourself, he said. No matter what reason you have, you will be buried with my brother. Mu Zhanyan only said the sentence. The coldness in his eyes was threatening, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. The celestial immortal aura that he emitted was even more powerful. A divine shadow appeared behind him, and the mighty divine power that filled the sky pressed down on Lin Tian. Crack, crack, crack. As the killing light of this divine might surged, the void in this place began to crumble and shatter. Facing this killing light, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. Then there is nothing to say. I will send you down to reunite with your brother. As his words fell, he shook the ground lightly and immediately mobilized more power of the extremely cold meridian. Streaks of dense cold light condensed into arrows that rushed out from the ground, intertwined with extremely cold waves, and directly shattered Mu Zhanyan's divine light. At the same time, endless dragon patterns drew into the ground from the soles of his feet, forming a small-scale dragon burial formation. In the vast divine light of the dragon patterns, he directly summoned a frightening cold light dragon. Roar! The cold light dragon roared as if it was a real dragon. As soon as it rushed out from the ground, it swung its tail towards Mu Zhanyan, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. Mu Zhanyan's eyes were cold and threatening. The divine shadow behind him stepped out, turning into a ray of light that rushed towards the cold light dragon. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and directly burst into a ball of dazzling divine light. Then the two exploded at the same time. After that, with a whoosh, Mu Zhanyan's speed was extremely fast. At this time, he was surrounded by endless divine light. It was as if a god was traveling between heaven and earth. In an instant, he stepped in front of Lin Tian and raised his hand to slap Lin Tian. Die. He spat out this word, ruthless and cruel. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He still stood in the same place, not moving at all. In the next moment, with a rumble, the ground shook, and a series of ear-piercing dragon roars reverberated. A total of 99 cold light dragons rushed out from the ground, bringing with them an aura that could freeze everything. They all rushed towards Mu Zhanyan, and the cold aura was frightening. With so many cold dragons rushing out together, and the intertwining aura was very frightening, it caused Mu Zhanyan's expression to change immediately. He immediately retreated, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye he retreated hundreds of feet away. Since you are already here, why are you retreating? Didn't you want to kill me? Lin Tianling said. At this time he moved, controlling the 99 cold light dragons to chase after Mu Zhanyan. His speed was extremely fast, and he gathered the power of the extreme Yin cold meridian to the tip of his right fist, using it to complement the Chaos Emperor fist, and directly punched out. With a loud boom, a dazzling and cold fist light rushed out, heading straight for Mu Zhanyan. At the same time, the 99 cold light dragons roared under his will and rushed in front of Mu Zhanyan in a flash, cooperating with the Chaos Emperor fist that he used with the power of the extreme Yin cold meridian, and bombarded Mu Zhanyan with a force that could destroy all things. With a whoosh, the divine light outside Mu Zhanyan's body was directly shattered. Then, one of the cold dragons got close to him, and like the cold light dragon that rushed out at the beginning, it directly swung its divine dragon tail and landed steadily on Mu Zhanyan's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the surrounding space collapsed. Mu Zhanyan was like a scarecrow and was directly sent flying. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? In this chain of mountains, many cultivators saw this scene, and all of them opened their eyes wide. Heavenly immortal Mu Zhanyan, a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals, at this time, was actually sent flying by an early golden immortal cultivator. How? How did he get that kind of power? That is definitely not a power that a golden immortal cultivator can display. Chapter 1650. All the cultivators were stunned. They had already vaguely sensed that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the early stage of the gold immortal realm. However, at this time, Lin Tian, who was only at the early stage of the gold immortal realm, was able to display such a terrifying power and actually sent Mu Zhanyan flying. After all, Mu Zhanyan was at the heaven immortal realm, and he was a supreme being on the list of 100 immortals. Even those at the peak of the heaven immortal realm might not be able to fight against him. How is this possible? It's impossible. Many cultivators were shocked. Such a scene was truly incomprehensible to these people. Hundreds of thousands of feet away, Ningya and the others were also shocked. He's too strong. Hai Jingyao trembled slightly. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of feet away, a strong heaven immortal aura surged. Mu Zhanyan was sent flying, but in the blink of an eye he stabilized his body. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became colder and more threatening. He stared at Lin Tian, and his killing intent became stronger. Facing such a gaze, Lin Tian snorted. The small dragon burial array that had been engraved in the ground shook. Immediately, 99 cold light dragons rushed up and moved together with him. They pressed down on Mu Zhanyan together, and their auras were extremely cold and strong. Mu Zhanyan's eyes were cruel and merciless. He stepped on the void and moved. Endless divine light surrounded him as he faced Lin Tian head-on. Clang! A divine light array appeared above his head, and he directly pulled out a powerful divine sword that seemed to be able to cut through everything. It immediately cut through the space and slashed at the 99 cold light dragons. The tyrannical heaven immortal aura shook all directions. Chi! 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 A series of crisp sounds continued to be heard. This divine sword was constructed by an extraordinary divine ability. It was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, all 99 cold light dragons summoned by Lin Tian were cut into pieces. Then it slashed at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian was not anxious. His eyes moved slightly, and the divine eyes of delusion opened immediately. He saw the trajectory of the divine sword in the opponent's hand. He tilted his head to avoid it and punched at the opponent's face. Dong! His fist was still entwined with the terrifying cold power summoned from the extreme cold meridian. At this moment he punched out, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was frozen. Another terrifying cold fist light blasted out, blasting towards Mu Zhanyan. Mu Zhanyan's eyes were cold, and the divine power in his body vibrated. He pulled back the divine sword that he had swung down and placed it in front of his face. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's fist landed on the divine sword. With a boom, a ball of divine light exploded, creating a destructive storm that knocked Lin Tian and Mu Zhanyan away at the same time. A glimmer of light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. The power of the punch he threw out with the power of the extreme cold meridian was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was thrown out in a very short distance. Even an ordinary expert at the peak of the heaven immortal realm wouldn't be able to block it. However, Mu Zhanyan was able to block it. He had to admit that Mu Zhanyan was extremely powerful. However, his expression did not change. At this moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and immediately the entire mountain range shook. A large amount of the power of the extreme cold meridian gushed out, turning into a sky full of killing blades that attacked Mu Zhanyan. Moreover, he used the secret skill of the Dragon Burial Scripture to mobilize more power of the extreme cold meridian from the ground, and directly poured it into his body. He forcefully used the power of the extreme cold meridian to strengthen his combat strength. Step by step, he closed in on Mu Zhanyan. In the sky full of killing blades, he raised his hand and performed the seal of 4 symbols with the power of the extreme cold meridian. He performed 6 layers in a row, and each layer was intertwined with an extremely terrifying power. Then he divided them into 6 and slashed at Mu Zhanyan from 6 different directions. Mu Zhanyan's black hair danced in the wind, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. He did not retreat or dodge, but faced Lin Tianxia head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Boom! 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 For a moment, the place was full of divine power, and all kinds of terrifying killing forces intertwined, shattering the void and the earth. Mu Zhanyan, you can't do it anymore. You can't even take down a kid in the early stage of Golden Immortal. A sinister laugh sounded, and a skinny man came from afar. His eyes were somewhat sinister. Jia Zijing. He is ranked 94th on the ranking of 100 Immortals. He also came to the Disordered Sea area. Seeing this man, the cultivators in this mountain range were moved again. Their eyes were full of fear. They were more afraid than facing Mu Zhanyan, who was ranked 93rd on the ranking of 100 Immortals, because this man's character was quite vicious and evil. Mu Zhanyan glanced at Jia Zijing coldly, but his movements were not slow at all. The aura he exuded became stronger, and the divine power at the divine immortal level rolled, pressing down on Lin Tian wave after wave. Lin Tian operated the Dragon Burial Scripture, mobilized the power of the extreme cold meridian, and used all kinds of divine powers and secret skills to fight Mu Zhanyan head-on. Although he was only in the golden immortal realm, he was not at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed, and the destructive divine power spread out like ripples in water, and the space collapsed inch by inch. You really can't do it. Let me kill him, and then we can fight again. This time, you will fall from 93rd to 94th on the ranking of 100 Immortals. The sinister laughter sounded again, and Jia Zijing moved at this time. He stepped into the battlefield and transformed into a black vortex, which slammed down on Lin Tian with the power to devour everything. In an instant, as the black vortex swept across, the space was swallowed up, and there was a terrible chaotic light overflowing. This son of a B***TCH, tens of thousands of feet away, Ling Yin was furious. While Lin Tian and Mu Zhanyan were fighting fiercely, Jia Zijing rushed into the battlefield and waved his divine power at Lin Tian. Beside him, Ningye, White Tiger, and Hai Jingyao were also very angry. However, they could only be angry at this time, and there was nothing else they could do. Their strength was too far from Jia Zijing's, and they could not help Lin Tian at all. If they rushed in, they would only cause trouble for Lin Tian, and Lin Tian would have to free up his hands to protect them. Boom! In just an instant, Jia Zijing arrived in front of Lin Tian with the black vortex, and the black vortex pressed down mercilessly. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at Jia Zijing coldly. Dragon roar, 1,000 dragons kill. Roar! The ear-piercing dragon roar resounded through the world, and the dragon burial formation under the ground boiled. In an instant, the extremely terrifying power of the extreme Yin cold vein was released, and it gathered into tens of thousands of cold light dragons, which rushed toward Jia Zijing with the momentum of tens of thousands of dragons returning to their nest. The terrifying aura made all the cultivators in the area tremble violently. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of dragons arrived together, directly shattering the black vortex that Jia Zijing had summoned. Then, the tens of thousands of dragons let out an even more deafening roar and slammed into Jia Zijing's body. Poof! Chapter 1651. Blood floated in the air. Jia Zijing was shattered by the 10,000 dragons, and even his soul was injured. This immediately caused everyone in this mountain range to be greatly shocked. Each and every one of them revealed a shocked expression. That Jia Zijing, he was actually... The cultivators were shocked. The heavenly immortal Jia Zijing, who was ranked 94th on the ranking of 100 immortals, had been crushed by a single blow. Moreover, it was done by a golden immortal cultivator. This left everyone in disbelief. Even Mu Zhanyan's eyes turned cold. The power of the thousands of cold, light dragons was really terrifying. At that moment, it made him feel a chill down his spine. Ningye and the others who were farthest away were also shocked. The scene of a golden immortal realm cultivator shattering a heaven immortal realm cultivator on the ranking of 100 immortals was too shocking. The dragon burial scripture. This is... Ling Yun gasped. The dragon burial scripture, such an ancient scripture, was too amazing. It could really be called a peerless divine skill that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Boom! Divine power surged, shaking all directions. Jia Zijing's soul body shone, and in the blink of an eye, he recondensed his body. He looked at Lin Tian again, and his face became ferocious. There was a gust of extremely dense killing intent that spread out, shattering the void behind him. He was a dignified expert of the heaven immortal realm, one of the young supremes on the ranking of 100 immortals. Now that he had attacked a golden immortal, he was crushed by his opponent in just one move. It was too humiliating to be crushed in front of so many cultivators. He felt greatly humiliated. "I'll kill you." His voice was bone-chilling. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven immortal realm pressure surged out, and the heaven immortal realm divine power seemed to be able to split the sky. Rumble. At this moment, 9 black vortexes appeared beside him. Each of the black vortexes seemed to be able to devour everything in the world, and they were mixed with extremely terrifying fluctuations. Together, they pressed down on Lin Tian. Jia Zijing's famous technique, the ancient sky-devouring skill. All tangible and intangible things will be devoured. Someone said in a trembling voice. Rumble. Jia Zijing brought the 9 black vortexes with him, and his speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, he was in front of Lin Tian. Die. His face was ferocious and sinister, like a wild beast, like a malicious ghost. Lin Tian could clearly feel the terror of these 9 black vortexes, but he was not afraid at all. With a thought, he transferred the dragon burial formation that was engraved in the depths of the earth. Immediately, a large amount of extremely cold power rushed up, condensing into tens of thousands of ice divine swords in front of him, and then slashed towards Jia Zijing with the force of 10,000 swords. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Jia Zijing's 9 black vortexes swallowed everything, and Lin Tian's ice frost divine sword shattered everything. The surrounding space immediately collapsed, unable to withstand such a terrifying impact. After all, this was a battle at the level of heavenly immortals, and the firm space of the immortal region was unable to endure such a battle. Buzz! The divine light buzzed, like tens of thousands of birds flapping their wings. At this time, Mu Zhanyan made his move. Another figure appeared behind him, and with this divine shadow, he stepped in front of Lin Tian. The destructive aura surged and mercilessly suppressed Lin Tian. His eyes were cold and murderous. At this time, he wanted to kill Lin Tian and use Lin Tian's blood as a sacrifice to his clan. This, Jia Zijing and Mu Zhanyan, 2 young supreme beings on the ranking of 100 immortals, are actually attacking a cultivator at the level of a golden immortal. Seeing this scene, in this mountain range, all the cultivators could not help but be shocked, and their eyelids twitched violently. Boom! In the battlefield, divine power rolled like the waves of the vast sea. The space collapsed inch by inch, and the ground sank inch by inch. Jia Zijing's face was ferocious, and the number of black vortexes around him gradually increased from 9 to 18. Moreover, the aura emitted by each of the black vortexes became stronger than before, as if they could devour the entire world. Behind Mu Zhanyan, a divine shadow appeared. Its appearance could not be seen clearly, but the waves of energy it emitted were very frightening, as if it had life and consciousness. It moved with Mu Zhanyan's movements, and the sky shook uncontrollably. The 2 powerful people with such terrifying attacks were all concentrated on Lin Tian. This made Ling Yun and the others, who were tens of thousands of feet away, could not help but worry. Ling Yun looked at the battlefield and gritted his teeth. His gaze fell on Jia Zijing, and he said, "This son of a B****H who is looking for trouble. If I can do it, I really want to slap him to death." White Tiger's gaze also fell on Jia Zijing, and he said fiercely. At this time, compared to Mu Zhanyan, their coldness towards Jia Zijing was undoubtedly much stronger, and many times stronger, because originally the battle in this place was between Lin Tian and Mu Zhanyan, and it had nothing to do with Jia Zijing. However, after he appeared here, he attacked Lin Tian for no reason, and now he was attacking Lin Tian together with Mu Zhanyan. It was really infuriating. Boom! 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 In front, in the battlefield, astonishing divine power surged, and the surrounding space shattered bit by bit. The destructive aura was terrifyingly strong. Lin Tian was fighting against Mu Zhanyan and Jia Zijing at the same time. Even though he could use the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the power of the extreme cold vein under the mountain range, which even half-step immortal kings could not resist, it was still very stressful. After all, whether it was Mu Zhanyan or Jia Zijing, both of them were not ordinary heavenly immortals, but young sovereigns on the ranking of 100 immortals. However, even so, there was not a trace of fear in his expression, and he seemed to be indifferent. Die. Jia Zijing's eyes were vicious, and his face was ferocious. The black vortexes around him had evolved to 36, and everything around him was swallowed up, including the air. They were divided into 36 different directions and swallowed towards Lin Tian. On the other side, the divine shadow summoned by Mu Zhanyan became even more terrifying, and the mighty destructive aura attacked Lin Tian. In all directions, the space was collapsing piece by piece. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He mobilized the power of the extreme cold vein, and a part of it flowed into his body and temporarily turned into his own divine power, while the other part was used to protect his body. Then he moved with the yin and yang steps and directly rushed towards Jia Zijing. Dong! He waved the Chaos Emperor fist, and with the power of the extreme cold vein, he immediately shattered a black vortex in front of him and appeared in front of Jia Zijing like lightning. Another punch fell, and the figures of the true dragon and immortal phoenix intertwined. Jia Zijing retreated and avoided the punch. Dragon raises head, Lin Tianling said. With a boom, the ground shook, and a cold light dragon that was 90 feet thick rushed out from the ground. It was completely formed by the power of the extreme cold vein, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment Jia Zijing retreated, it crashed into Jia Zijing. With a poof, Jia Zijing's physical body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Boom! Spiritual energy flickered, and in the blink of an eye, Jia Zijing reformed his physical body. However, Lin Tian had also stepped in front of him at this time. He endured Mu Zhanyan's attack on his back, and with the power of the extreme cold vein, he waved the Chaos Emperor fist. The moment Jia Zijing reformed his physical body, he directly punched him in the face. With a bang, Jia Zijing was directly sent flying by this punch. Half of his face immediately shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's fist did not stop. He moved closer, and with both hands, the shadows of his fists fell like a storm. Bang! 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 The punches were like explosions, continuously landing on Jia Zijing's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. During this process, Mu Zhanyan was constantly attacking him. However, he only used the power of the extreme cold vein to support the defensive light screen and did not attack Mu Zhanyan. He completely focused all of his attacks on Jia Zijing. Jia Zijing attacked him for no reason. At this time, he felt the same as Ling Yun and the rest. His killing intent towards Jia Zijing was far greater than Mu Zhanyan's. Ah! Jia Zijing roared in anger. Lin Tian endured several attacks from Mu Zhanyan and only attacked him, causing him to be injured continuously. This caused him to be shocked and angry at the same time. His face became even more sinister, as though he was an evil spirit that walked out from hell. Casually attacking me, do you think you are so great? Lin Tianling stared coldly at Jia Zijing. He endured another attack from Mu Zhanyan, and still did not attack Mu Zhanyan. The Chaos Emperor fist once again landed on Jia Zijing. Dong! He used the power of the extreme cold vein to activate the Chaos Emperor fist, and the power of the fist was somewhat terrifying. The real dragon and celestial phoenix appeared again and rushed towards Jia Zijing. With a poof, Jia Zijing could not avoid it and could not block it. His sturdy divine immortal body exploded again. At this time, with a bang, Lin Tian forcefully endured another attack from Mu Zhanyan. His body shook violently, and a trace of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he still did not care about Mu Zhanyan. His cold eyes fell on Jia Zijing, and he took a step towards Jia Zijing, who was condensing his body with his spiritual soul. Buzz! Divine power surged, and he activated the divining divine skill. With the power of the extreme cold vein, dozens of divining divine elephants appeared in a row, sealing off the surrounding space, and landed heavily on Jia Zijing's body. With a bang, Jia Zijing's spiritual soul was sent flying, and his spiritual soul was almost crushed. Then the sound of thunder roared, resounding in all directions. He activated the Five Thunders sky-shaking technique and used the power of the extreme cold vein to display one of the great powers. Directly, a dazzling silver thunderbolt fell from the sky, drowning Jia Zijing's spiritual soul. Then, in the next moment, dense sword light appeared, and it was also activated by the power of the extreme cold vein. Like a rain of swords, it slashed on Jia Zijing's spiritual soul. Facing this series of destructive attacks, Jia Zijing's spiritual body was directly bombarded until it was full of cracks. It was a horrible sight, but it did not seem to really collapse. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Staring at Lin Tian, Jia Zijing's face was extremely ferocious. Chapter 1652. Lin Tian's voice was cold, causing all the cultivators in the mountain range to involuntarily tremble. Jia Zijing trash? Someone couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals, a heaven immortal expert, was now called trash. "I'll kill you." Jia Zijing roared ferociously. His spirit body surged with infinite divine light. He didn't even condense a physical body, but directly sent a large amount of divine light towards Lin Tian. This divine light was mixed with killing soul energy, and it also carried the fluctuation of the law of immortal Tao. Its aura was very frightening. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He blasted out the Chaos Emperor Fist with the power of the extreme cold meridian that even a half-step immortal king couldn't resist. Immediately, a large part of the void was shattered. A terrifying cold air surged and bombarded towards Jia Zijing. The two collided violently. A moment later, the killing soul energy and law of immortal Tao that Jia Zijing sent out were shattered. The power of Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor Fist also dissipated. It was also at this time that Lin Tian approached Jia Zijing with the yin and yang steps. He raised his hand and sent out a sword intent towards his spirit body. With a clang, the sword intent was still sent out by the power of the extreme cold meridian. It immediately fell on Jia Zijing's spirit body and penetrated it. Jia Zijing was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away. There were more cracks on his spirit body, and his aura was even weaker. However, his spirit body still showed no signs of truly collapsing. This made Lin Tian have to admit that the people on the ranking of 100 immortals were really not ordinary. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal cultivator, he would have died long ago after receiving so many attacks from his extreme cold meridian. Boom! Behind him, a terrifying divine might was emitted. Mu Zhanyan controlled the gigantic divine shadow and moved. His eyes were cold and threatening, filled with killing intent. Using the divine shadow to unleash a terrifying killing power, it was enough to easily destroy the body and soul of an ordinary heavenly immortal expert. Lin Tian didn't even look at Mu Zhanyan. He activated the power of the extreme cold meridian to protect his body and forcefully endured Mu Zhanyan's attack. Then he stepped in front of Jia Zijing and used the transforming god talisman to seal his opponent. This is really it's over, completely targeting that Jia Zijing. Many cultivators couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "That's it. Kill that son of a bitch. Kill him." Tens of thousands of feet away, Ling Yin and the White Tiger shouted loudly. This Jia Zijing really made them very unhappy. Hai Jingyao said, "However, that Jia Zijing is really strong. He took so many attacks head-on with his soul body, yet he didn't die." Buzz! On the battlefield, the deification talisman in Lin Tian's hand buzzed. It was activated by the extremely cold meridian underground, and light overflowed into the surroundings. Jia Zijing roared ferociously. He was even more shocked and angry. At this time, his soul body shone and quickly condensed his body. He saw the terrifying power of the deification talisman that Lin Tian used at this time. He saw that it was a secret technique that targeted the soul body. However, Lin Tian's speed was very fast. When his body was only halfway condensed, he was already close to him. The deification talisman landed firmly on his soul body. Ah! For the first time, a scream came out of Jia Zijing's mouth. The deification talisman activated by the extremely cold meridian was too terrifying. When it landed on his soul body, it caused his soul body to tremble, and wisps of green smoke came out. It was also at this time that another great technique from Mu Zhanyan landed. The intertwined killing aura was many times more terrifying than the previous attacks. It made Lin Tian feel the threat of death. At this time, he did not dare to take it head-on. He gave up on continuing to attack Jia Zijing and avoided Mu Zhanyan's attack by a hair's breadth. Of course, Mu Zhanyan did not use this attack to save Jia Zijing. He just wanted to kill Lin Tian. At this time, when he saw Lin Tian avoid his attack, his figure suddenly flashed quickly, and another great technique pressed down. Lin Tian activated the power of the extremely cold meridian. It turned into a cold light dragon that surrounded his body and bombarded the incoming Mu Zhanyan. In another position, Jia Zijing roared. He took the opportunity to shatter the power of the deification talisman with his powerful soul strength and quickly condensed his body. Kill! 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 He looked at Lin Tian, and his face became more ferocious. 72 black vortexes appeared directly beside him, and the aura was terrifying. They rushed toward Lin Tian like a crazy beast, and the 72 vortexes pressed down together. Facing the opponent, Lin Tian felt a huge pressure, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Trash, he said coldly. While he was fighting Mu Zhanyan, he formed a seal with one hand and used the underground dragon burial formation to mobilize the power of the extreme cold meridian. Once again, he used the 10,000 dragons killing technique. 10,000 dragons rushed out, their roars shaking the heavens. Boom! 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 The divine energy vibrated, and there were continuous loud roars. He was fighting Mu Zhanyan and Jia Zijing alone, and his aura was like a rainbow. Too strong. With the cultivation of the Golden Immortal Realm, he is fighting 2 young supreme beings on the ranking of 100 immortals alone, and he even injured one of them. He seems to be mobilizing some kind of external force to fight, like the power of heaven and earth. In this chain of mountains, all the cultivators were shocked. At the same time, they gradually realized that Lin Tian was mobilizing the power of heaven and earth that did not belong to him to fight. This caused the group of cultivators to be even more shocked. How did a golden immortal cultivator mobilize such terrifying power? How could he do such a thing? Kill! Jia Zijing roared. His eyes were vicious, and his face was ferocious. The 72 black vortexes seemed to be able to devour everything, and they attacked Lin Tian crazily. On the other side, a second divine shadow appeared behind Mu Zhanyan. It was stronger than the previous divine shadow, and its killing power was terrifying. Lin Tian faced the two at the same time. The dragon burial scripture was activated to the limit, mobilizing more and more power of the Yin Meridian to fight. He used it to activate the 5 heaven-shaking thunders, and silver lightning kept striking from the sky. Puff! Fighting 2 people alone, he found an opening and endured a blow from Mu Zhanyan. Using the Chaos Monarch Fist, he landed on Jia Zijing's body, directly shattering half of his opponent's body. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Jia Zijing roared again. Lin Tian was targeting him, and he was only attacking him. This made him furious. Trash! Lin Tian said these 2 words again. With the power of the Yin Meridian, he brandished the Heaven Ascending Sword scripture, and directly condensed a large amount of Heaven Ascending Sword light. A small part of it was used to block Mu Zhanyan's attack, and most of it was swung down at Jia Zijing. For a time, as the sword light passed, a large area of the void was shattered and chaotic light overflowed. That Jia Zijing was first called Trash, and now he is called Trash twice in a row. Really, this is a slap in the face. Isn't that so? In the distance, someone looked at Jia Zijing and whispered, At this time, if Jia Zijing was not injured and was called trash and trash by Lin Tian, these people would not have any feelings about it. On the contrary, they would think that Lin Tian was arrogant and grandstanding. After all, Jia Zijing was a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals, and he was very powerful. However, now that Lin Tian had repeatedly injured Jia Zijing with his golden celestial cultivation base, Lin Tian's use of the words trash and trash made these people feel very emotional. Just think about it, a heavenly celestial expert being injured by a golden celestial cultivator who was 2 realms apart. Then, Lin Tian's use of the words trash and trash was too appropriate from Lin Tian's point of view. These people could not help but look at Jia Zijing and whisper among themselves. They felt that Jia Zijing had really lost all face this time. Kill! Jia Zijing roared, and the black vortexes around him became more and more, evolving to a total of 99. Each of them was extremely terrifying, and at this time the law of immortal Tao was also activated by him at this time, truly devouring everything. He looked at Lin Tian with blood-red eyes, ruthless and ferocious. At this time, he only wanted to immediately suppress and tear Lin Tian to pieces. On the other side, Mu Zhanyan's eyes were cold, and the murderous intent on his body became stronger. He launched a stronger attack on Lin Tian. Facing these 2 people, Lin Tian was not afraid at all. His hands formed a seal, and the dragon burial scripture was activated. The dragon patterns circled all over the sky, and the dragon burial formation engraved under the ground immediately mobilized more power of the extreme cold vein, transforming into countless dragons to fight fiercely against the 2 people. The 3 collided, and the void was constantly shattered. The aura of destruction was constantly spreading in all directions, which was very frightening. Boom! Suddenly, the chain of mountains in this place shook violently. An entire island suddenly shook as if there was a terrible earthquake. Huge cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the entire island. This caused the cultivators who were watching the battle in this mountain range to be unable to stand steadily at this time. What's going on? What happened? The cultivators' expressions changed. Naturally, they could see that the situation at this time had nothing to do with the fierce battle between Lin Tian and the other 2 people. At the same time, because of this sudden change, Lin Tian, Mu Zhanyan, and Jia Zijing, who were fighting fiercely, could not help but stop. It was also at this moment that the island began to shake even more violently. It was as if something was crashing into the island. The entire island collapsed in an instant. Surging waves swept up, reaching a height of over 10,000 feet. Accompanied by these turbulent waves, a fierce roar sounded, and a huge monster rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Its body was pitch black, and it had a total of 9 pairs of huge eyes. There was a murderous aura lingering around its body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The demonic whale. The cultivators immediately turned pale, and all of them trembled violently. Lin Tian naturally recognized this huge monster, and immediately, like the other cultivators in this place, his expression changed. His figure flashed quickly, and he appeared in front of Ling Yun and the others. He directly wrapped Ling Yun, the white tiger, Ningyea, and Hai Jingyao with golden divine light, and quickly left into the distance. He had seen records of this huge monster called the demonic whale in the ancient books of the immortal realm. It was a kind of great evil in the boundless sea, and it fed on the flesh and divine power of living creatures. Even experts at the peak of the immortal king realm could not resist it. Chapter 1653. The demonic whale was too dangerous. Even an immortal king expert would find it difficult to stop it. Lin Tian knew what to do at this moment. Escaping from this place was the wisest choice. At the same time, swishing sounds could be heard. In this place, the other cultivators also began to escape. Even Mu Zhanyan and Jia Zijing, who were on the ranking of 100 immortals, were no exception. They knew very well that they could not stop the demonic whale. If they continued to stay in this place, they would definitely be in big trouble. Roar! A roar filled with a murderous aura could be heard. The space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of feet was distorted. After the demonic whale rushed out from the bottom of the sea, it sucked fiercely. A huge suction force appeared, sucking everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of feet into its mouth. Even the space barrier was shattered by this force. No. Terrified voices could be heard. Some cultivators screamed in panic as they were sucked into the demonic whale's mouth by the suction force. Lin Tian wrapped Ling Yin and the others with his golden divine power. He had already rushed far away. However, as the demonic whale roared and sucked fiercely, the suction force was too terrifying. He could not continue to rush far away. His body was slowly being sucked towards the demonic whale. Even if he used the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda, it was completely useless. As for the power of extreme cold, it was shattered by the demonic whale the moment it rushed out. Damn it! Charge! Charge out! No! Panicked voices could be heard again. Another person was swallowed into the demonic whale's stomach. The suction force after the demonic whale opened its mouth and sucked fiercely was not something anyone in this place could resist. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and channeled the Heart Sutra of Sun madly. He tried his best to increase the power of his divine power. Ling Yin and the others also cooperated with him and used all kinds of divine techniques to help. However, it was useless. Their bodies were still gradually being sucked into the demonic whale's mouth. "We are going to be swallowed alive." The white tiger bristled. At this time, another roar came out from the demonic whale's mouth, and the suction force became stronger. In this place, one cultivator after another was sucked into the demonic whale's mouth. Although Lin Tianyi and the others resisted with all their strength, it was difficult to do anything. After dozens of breaths, along with all the other cultivators in this place, they were sucked into the demonic whale's stomach. Even Jia Zijing's Mu Zhanyan, who was on the ranking of 100 immortals, was no exception. He could not escape safely. The demon whale let out a roar, rolling up stormy waves in the sky. It was like a hunter who had caught a lot of prey at once. It no longer stayed in this place and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, heading to other places. In the darkness, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, illuminating the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, the walls of tender red flesh were pulsating on both sides. They pulsated from time to time, and there was a lot of mucus on them. Strands of blood-colored mist lingered in the air, and it was filled with a baleful aura and a rotten smell. This is inside that big guy's stomach. Ling Yan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian glanced around. That's obviously it. Just a moment ago, they were sucked into the demon whale's mouth, and now they were looking at such a scene. Without a doubt, they were in the demon whale's stomach. F***CK, we were really swallowed alive, the white tiger cursed. Then it said, but luckily we weren't bitten to pieces directly. Hurry up, let's rush out. Rush out? Where do we rush out from? Ning Ye asked. The white tiger said, of course, we'll go out from the same place we came in from. Obviously, it meant to rush out from the demon whale's mouth. That's impossible. At this time, Lin Tian opened his mouth. He flicked his finger, and a sharp sword ray shot into the air behind him. It went straight to the demon whale's mouth, but it crashed into an invisible wall of light, and it shattered and disappeared. There's a strong energy barrier in the direction of the outside. I reckon that even celestial kings won't be able to break through it. It's impossible to escape from the mouth of the demon whale. The white tiger's eyes widened. Then it said fiercely, then we'll open a hole for this big guy here. Lin Tiantin glanced at it. You can try. The white tiger was slightly hesitant. Then it activated all of its demonic power and blasted it at the demon whale's flesh wall. However, it was useless. When its powerful demonic power landed on the demon whale's flesh wall, it was directly shattered by the wall. Obviously, The demon whale's flesh was incomparably tough. Ordinary power couldn't hurt it at all. Even celestial kings couldn't hurt it. Ah! At this moment, in front of the darkness inside the demon whale's body, a shrill scream filled with fear and despair rang out. Lin Tianyi and the others moved when they heard the scream. They took a big step toward the source of the sound. They saw a middle-aged cultivator being stained by a ball of mucus dripping from the demon whale's flesh wall. His body was melting at an extremely fast speed. He couldn't stop it at all. After half of his body melted, even his divine soul was melting along with it. He looked extremely miserable. Help, help. Ah! When the man saw Lin Tian and the others, he immediately called for help. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was completely melted. After his body melted, the liquid seeped into the demon whale's flesh. It was obvious that it had been absorbed. This is a golden immortal, right? He was actually directly. Ling Yan's heart trembled. Ling Yan's heart palpitated. The white tiger swallowed its saliva. Thank goodness I used my demonic power to blast the flesh wall inside this big guy from a distance. I didn't use my claws to attack it directly. I didn't expect the mucus on the flesh wall to be so terrifying. As it said this, it suddenly felt a slight pain in its body. It couldn't help but tremble slightly. Next to it, Ling Yun, Ning Ye, and Hai Jingyao were the same. Even Lin Tian was no exception. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. There are also terrifying forces intertwined in the air inside this demon whale's body. With our cultivation, we can withstand it for a while. However, after a long time, we definitely won't be able to withstand it. We will be slowly corroded by the forces in the air. Lin Tian said in a low voice, think of a way, think of a way. Master Ling doesn't want to be corroded like this and become this big guy's food. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. Everyone turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, a torrential wave swept over with a terrifying momentum. Lin Tian immediately raised a divine power light screen to protect the group. Then he was swept away by the waves into the distance. Waves? Is this the seawater that the big guy swallowed? White Tiger's eyes widened. Isn't there an energy barrier at the entrance to the outside? The seawater rushed in at this time and broke through the energy barrier from before. That should be a one-sided energy barrier. It can't go out from here, but it can go in from the outside. Lin Tiandao. As he said this, he raised a barrier of divine power to keep the waves of water outside the barrier of divine power. However, it was very difficult to stop the powerful waves of water. They continued to flow along the waves into the depths of the demon whale's belly. Also at this moment, a light suddenly flashed from the corner of his eye. He saw 6 sparkling, intertwined, pearl-like objects. They were about the size of a fist and were intertwined with very dense, immortal spiritual power. His expression changed. His divine power vibrated, and he used his divine power to form a giant golden hand. He directly grabbed the 6 pearl-like objects. In the blink of an eye, they were all pulled closer to him. When they were pulled closer, the immortal spiritual power became even denser. The group couldn't help but feel comfortable all over. This could it be? See spirit pearls? Ning Ye and Hai Jingyao were immediately shocked. They stared unblinkingly at the 6 pearls that Lin Tian had grabbed. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, see spirit pearls? Ling Yun and White Tiger were slightly confused. They could clearly sense that the 6 fist-sized pearls that Lin Tian had grabbed were extraordinary. They were intertwined with extremely shocking immortal spiritual power and Dao Qi. They knew that these 6 pearls were called sea spirit pearls, but they didn't know what they were exactly. Lin Tian explained, in the mortal world, ordinary shellfish and other mollusks will occasionally produce pearls in their bodies. In the boundless sea of the immortal realm, there is a creature called the immortal clam. There are very few of these creatures. Their bodies aren't very large, but their lifespans are very long. Even if they don't have the slightest bit of cultivation, they can live for at least 10,000 years. This is because their bodies will naturally absorb immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi of heaven and earth. Their flesh and blood will always be nourished by the immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi. Another point is that the immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi of heaven and earth that they naturally absorb into their bodies can't be completely absorbed by their flesh and blood. The amount that can really be absorbed and used by their flesh and blood is at most 10% of the total amount of immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi of heaven and earth that they naturally absorb into their bodies. The remaining 90% will be accumulated in various corners of their bodies. After a long time, the accumulated immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi of heaven and earth that they can't use will slowly form these pearl-like objects called sea spirit pearls. He looked at the 6 sea spirit pearls in his hand and continued, "Therefore, these sea spirit pearls are a mixture of pure immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi of heaven and earth. Even for golden immortal realm cultivators, they are rare immortal treasures. They can be directly refined to increase their cultivation. Based on the size of these 6 sea spirit pearls, the immortal spiritual power and Tao Qi of heaven and earth that they condense is probably very shocking. Just one sea spirit pearl like this is shockingly valuable. Even golden immortal realm cultivators can refine it to increase their cultivation." Ling Yin and White Tiger stared at him. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Looking at the 6 sea spirit pearls, his eyes couldn't help but shine. He didn't expect that after being swallowed by the demonic whale, he would obtain 6 extraordinarily valuable sea spirit pearls. This demonic whale just swallowed an immortal clam that happened to contain a sea spirit pearl. Then the immortal clam collapsed, and these 6 sea spirit pearls were preserved and swept here by the waves. He guessed to himself and divided the 6 sea spirit pearls between Ling Yin, White Tiger, Ningyao, and Hai Jingyao. He kept the remaining 2 for himself. Ling Yin grabbed the sea spirit pearl that Lin Tian gave him tightly. "Let's get out of here quickly and refine the sea spirit pearls." Lin Tian didn't say anything, but he was constantly thinking of a way to safely leave the demonic whale's body. Rumble! The waves rolled with great force, and the sound was also very loud. After dozens of breaths, the rolling waves finally flowed completely. They appeared at the edge of a huge concave gorge. Looking down, there was a surging wave of water below. There was an indescribable yellow liquid flowing in the waves. Sizzling sounds could be heard from time to time, as if it could melt and corrode everything. There was an extremely terrifying aura floating in the air. This can't be that big guy's stomach, right? Chapter 1654. A terrifying aura intertwined in the air. Looking around, the space that looked like a concave gorge was surrounded by walls of flesh. The inexplicable yellow liquid in the rolling waves was corroding the waves that had surged in with a sizzling sound. It was very frightening. From the looks of it, it is indeed the stomach of this demonic whale. Lin Tiandao. Looking down from here, the yellow liquid was obviously the gastric juices secreted by the demonic whale. He estimated that even a celestial king would be melted by it. Beside him, Ling Yin and the others naturally saw that the yellow liquid was the secretion of the demonic whale. They couldn't help but tremble. "We must not fall down, or we will be in bloody trouble." Encountering such a great monster like the demonic whale and being swallowed into its stomach, the stomach of the demonic whale was undoubtedly the most dangerous position now. "Go back?" the White Tiger asked. Lin Tian shook his head. "I'm afraid not." He flung out a beam of divine light behind him. The divine light quickly collided with a transparent energy barrier. Clearly, the path there was blocked off by a thick layer of energy, just like before. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to pass through. "Then what do we do now?" Ling Yun frowned. "Kid, use the power of faith and directly open a space passage in here. Can it work?" the White Tiger asked. Lin Tian shook his head. Impossible. This place is suppressed by demonic and Tao power. Even a celestial king can't open a space passage in here. Relying on the power of faith, I can at most exert the strength of a celestial immortal for a short time. The white tiger's face immediately drooped. Actually, I also guessed that it was impossible, but I still had a glimmer of hope. Then, are we going to stop here? But that won't work. Ning Yea whispered. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked down at the stomach of the demonic whale below. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He paused and said, I have an idea. In other words, this is the only way that can work now. Hearing this, the eyes of the group lit up. What idea? Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian looked at the demon whale's stomach and said, It's impossible to go back, and it's impossible to break through its body to get out. It's also impossible to open up a space tunnel to get out of here. If we just stand here, we'll be corroded to death by the special power in the air here. Now there's only one way left. Go through its stomach, then go through its intestines, and finally go through. He didn't continue and said, You should be able to understand. After he finished speaking, Ling Yun and the white tiger immediately glared at him. Ning Yea and Hai Jingyao couldn't help but turn pale. Are you saying that we should be excreted like feces from this big guy's intestines to that thing? Brett, you can imagine. Ling Yin and the white tiger bared their teeth. Lin Tian glanced at them. That's the only way left. Ling Yin said, All right, let's not talk about being excreted like feces. Now, we definitely can't block the gastric juices in this monster's stomach. If we really go down, I guarantee that we'll be melted in the blink of an eye. We won't even have a chance to pass through its stomach and enter its intestines. Don't worry about that. I should be able to block it. Lin Tiandao called out the immortal Emperor Pagoda from his body. Instantly, a thick purple primordial light was emitted. This is primordial. Primordial light. Could it be forged from the legendary primordial heavenly crystal? Ning Yea and Hai Jingyao's expressions changed. Ling Yin and the white tiger weren't surprised because they had seen Lin Tian's ancestral pagoda before. However, when they saw Lin Tian take out the ancestral pagoda, their eyes lit up. The white tiger looked at Lin Tiandao. You're prepared to use the ancestral pagoda to protect yourself to pass through this big guy's stomach? That's right. With this ancestral pagoda, it might indeed be able to block that level of gastric juices. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was forged from the legendary primordial heavenly crystal. It was extremely sturdy and impenetrable. Although the demonic whale's gastric juices were terrifying, it wasn't very likely that they would be able to corrode this ancestral pagoda. Lin Tian nodded. That's it. The white tiger completely guessed his thoughts. This method is feasible. Ling Yun naturally guessed it as well. After thinking about it, he was a little hesitant. If it's really like feces, it's going to be. He felt awkward and speechless. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ning Yea and Hai Jingyao trembled. After all, they were girls. It was the most awkward. This is the only way. Lin Tian said. The primordial heavenly light surrounding the immortal Emperor Pagoda became even thicker. It directly enveloped Ling Yin, the white tiger, Ning Yea and Hai Jingyao. Without giving them a chance to hesitate, he directly leaped into the demonic whale's stomach. With a splash, he used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect the group as they entered the demonic whale's stomach. When they came into contact with the waves, huge waves immediately splashed up. Quite a lot of gastric juices landed on the immortal Emperor Pagoda. After that, the terrifying gastric juices that landed on the immortal Emperor Pagoda couldn't stick to the immortal Emperor Pagoda at all. They directly slid down and floated to other places, completely isolated by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. As expected of a supreme treasure forged from primordial heavenly crystal, the demonic whale's gastric juices that can corrode immortal king-level experts can't do anything to it at all. The white tiger was speechless. Ning Yea and the others were naturally shocked as well. Although Lin Tian had guessed from the start that the immortal Emperor Pagoda could block the terrifying gastric juices of the demonic whale, when he saw that the immortal Emperor Pagoda really blocked it, a glint of light flashed across his eyes. Then he quickly calmed down and said, "Let's go." He steered the immortal Emperor Pagoda to the bottom of the demonic whale's stomach. Not long after, he found the gap that led to the intestines. Without hesitation, he steered the immortal Emperor Pagoda through the gap. In the next moment, he used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to envelop Ling Yin, the white tiger, and the others as they entered the intestines. Along the way, they encountered piles of rotting, solid, sticky substances that emitted a foul stench. Without a doubt, this was the fecal matter produced by the demonic whale's body. He didn't care about it and steered the immortal Emperor Pagoda straight through. Then, after an unknown amount of time, there was suddenly no path ahead. The sticky, pink flesh was like a huge flower bud, wrinkled and curled together. This is the demonic whale's excrement, the exit? Ling Yin was embarrassed. It's very obvious. Lin Tiandao. He steered the immortal Emperor Pagoda closer. A ball of golden divine light spread out from his body, turning into a gentle force that pressed against the wrinkled flesh in front of him. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. The golden divine light turned into a gentle force that opened a path. It directly passed through the gap between the wrinkled flesh and went all the way into the distance. He didn't destroy the flesh here. Instead, because the end of the demonic whale's intestines was a fecal excrement, there was originally an empty space that led to the outside world. It was just that the surrounding flesh and blood had closed up, causing the empty space here to be sealed. Now he just had to use some effort to push the closed flesh and blood apart a little to reveal a passageway. At this moment, a strange sound came from behind. The rotting, solid, sticky substances that they had encountered before surged toward them like a mudslide. As the solid, sticky substances surged toward them, Lin Tianyi and the others suddenly felt that the space on both sides had become bigger. Then, in the next moment, the solid, sticky substances directly drowned them. They were really mixed with the mudslide and were swept far away. After a few breaths of time, they suddenly surged out from a certain position and saw a large blue water source. Rumble. Around them, the sound of the rolling water source was shaking. They were mixed with the stinky, sticky substances. They could vaguely see a huge monster moving into the distance in the boundless water. In the blink of an eye, it was endless and directly disappeared from their vision. The demonic whale. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a flash of light flashed across his eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief. "We're out." They came out from the end of the demonic whale's intestines, mixed with the fecal waste in the demonic whale's body. The demonic whale didn't notice anything and completely treated it as a waste. He took a deep breath and then shook the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Purple Hong Meng divine light flashed and directly shook the sticky substances around them away. In an instant, they could see a large expanse of blue water all around them. We were out. Ning Yaya and Hai Jingyao were surprised and happy. Even immortal kings would find it difficult to escape after being swallowed by the great ominous devil whale. However, they managed to escape alive. This was truly a pleasant surprise for them. Of course, they were also very clear that this was all thanks to Lin Tian. Ling Yin covered his face. "I didn't expect that one day I would be excreted from the body of a beast like feces. What a shame. I feel like my tiger life has been carved with a scar that will never be erased." The white tiger wailed. Lin Tian glanced at them. "Don't be so pretentious. It's good enough that you came out alive." As he spoke, he added, "Moreover, after being swallowed into the demonic whale's body, we obtained 6 fist-sized spiritual ocean pearls. It's a blessing in disguise." "Oh, you're right. The value of the sea spirit pearl is indeed astonishing. It can be considered a great fortune for our sect," the white tiger said. Then it looked around and asked, "Speaking of which, where is this place?" "We should still be in the sea," Ling Yun said. "Isn't that obvious? It's not like I can't see the large expanse of water around us." The white tiger glanced sideways at Ling Yin. Lin Tian looked around, and his gaze fell on a pile of rocks not far away. There, a large number of rocks piled up into a natural cave, and it was very quiet. "Let's go there first and refine the empty sea orchid and spiritual ocean pearls," he said. This place was at the bottom of the deep sea, somewhere in the sea. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any other living creatures. It could be said that it was very safe to refine the empty sea orchid and spiritual ocean pearls here. "Go, go, go." "I agree," the white tiger said. It was now eager to refine the empty sea orchid and spiritual ocean pearls to improve its cultivation. The group of people arrived at the entrance of the cave. Lin Tian used his powerful strength to cast down several dozen ceiling formations and isolation formations. As they concealed their presences, they also separated the water in the surroundings, revealing an extremely spacious space. "Okay, let's begin," he said. At that moment, Ling Yin and the rest took out their heaven and earth treasures to refine. White Tiger, Ningya, and Hai Jingyao were the first to refine the void orchid because they were still below the golden immortal realm. Ling Yin, on the other hand, refined the sea spiritual pearl directly because he had already reached the golden immortal realm. Lin Tian looked at the three people and one beast. Without hesitation, he took out the 2 spiritual ocean pearls and began to refine them. Buzz! In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit rose rapidly. The divine light outside his body shone brightly, illuminating the place. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, with a boom, a majestic force rushed out of his body. The divine light outside his body became even more dazzling. His essence, energy, and spirit were many times stronger than half a month ago. He directly entered the golden immortal realm from the early stage.